Okay, we should be good now. Can you guys hear me? Not sure. All right, yeah, we're good now. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. I think it's the well, it was actually in my stream settings here. For some reason my microphone wasn't registered. I have no idea why. I thought maybe I had to unplug it, plug it back in. But as you could see, it took me a good like 20 seconds or more to plug in my USB here. There's like something wrong with this microphone. Like the bottom of it, the USB just like doesn't connect. So every time I go to use this mic, I'm sitting there like, come on, get in there. I mean, there have literally been times where I've gotten so like annoyed at it. I'm like, you know what? I'll try again in a minute. But you're saying maybe do a mic check at the start of the podcast. You know, actually, I do every podcast before I actually have it go live. I test out the microphone and it was working. I don't know what happened, but here we are. We're good. So let me try again. Let me start this over. Welcome everyone to Press X Podcast episode 130. Hope everybody's Sunday is going well so far. Let me ask you guys, how many of you guys are watching football? NFL, American football. Sunday, you know, usually the game day. So how many of you guys are watching football? I feel like quite a few people probably are. But because every week I do see some people stopping by and saying like, oh, you know, I'm going to check the podcast out later. I would watch it now, but got to go catch the game. I mean, I'm assuming most people who are here right now probably don't care too much about football, because I feel like if you did, you'd probably be watching it right now. I used to be into football. I kind of fell out of it, though, truthfully. I did. Let me pull out my chat here a little bit. Do a little pop-out chat. All right. So I got a couple of chats here from my members. So Sir Speaks a Lot, member for 28 months, saying Wagwin Brethren, I don't know what that word is, Brethren MBG, me be a spirit animal and me be here to tell you how to mash up that bumaclot. Hassan, all you got to do is, dude, I'm going to be honest, Sir Speaks a Lot, I have literally no idea what you're saying right now. It's, to me, it's completely incoherent, man. But whatever. Slimothy, member for 3 months, saying, hope all is well, MBG. How's the God of War 2018 replay going? Well, thank you for that, Slimothy. Things are going well. And when it comes to my replay of God of War 2018, it's going pretty well. I don't really feel the need to kind of rush it or go through it too quickly. I haven't actually been gaming too much lately. I've been kind of just... You're saying XC is saying it's an insult. All right. But yeah, I've been kind of taking my time with it, not necessarily rushing it. And, I think I'm just kind of using this time to just not, I don't know, like I'm not stepping away from gaming at all. I mean, I'm still literally playing video games, but I'm just kind of taking it slow. And, I'm just kind of looking at it at this point. When Ragnarok launches, that game's probably going to take me over for quite a while. And I want to get just completely and totally immersed into it. But yeah, I've been enjoying my replay of God of War 2018. That game holds up really well, and it's my first time playing it at 60 FPS on the PS5, so it definitely feels like a better playthrough this time than my first time around at 30 FPS. So thank you for that, Slimothy. Inspector Guru, you're saying happy 33rd birthday to me, my good people. Well, happy birthday, Inspector Guru. Happy birthday. 33, still pretty young, I'd say. I think 33 is still pretty young for sure. So JS or Jay Shako, sorry, I always say your name wrong. Jay Shako, you're saying, how's little man doing, bro? He's doing great. He's a ruffian, man. He's a little tough guy. It's awesome. He's a strong kid, and yeah, every day we're horsing around, wrestling, playing. So he's doing great. Appreciate you asking, man. All right, let's see. So I'll give you guys. Well, first of all, for everybody who's here right now, if you could do me a favor, hit that like button. Hitting the like button helps the podcast quite a bit, and other ways you can help support the channel. You can, as I always say, just watch the content, interact with it. That helps tremendously. If you want to go above and beyond, though, and continue to show your support for the channel, you can donate a super chat during my live streams, during my podcasts. I do rely on you guys to do that and to continue to support me so I can keep the podcast flowing weekly and just kind of keep all focus on this. So, everybody who donates a super chat, everybody who becomes a channel member, thank you guys so much for that. I will say it every single week, and it will always remain true as long as I'm saying it. Look, you guys are the backbone of the podcast. Without you guys, I literally couldn't do what I do here. So thank you for that. But those are some ways you can help support me. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new, donate a super chat if you're able. Become a channel member if you're able, and just continue to watch and engage with the content. So thank you guys for that. Some of the topics we're going to talk about today, I don't know why I continue to do this on a weekly basis, because it's pretty clear that we kind of just, I kind of just go in any direction I want to go in that feels natural and feels right. But I will just, give you guys a quick rundown of some of the stuff that I hope to talk about today. We're going to talk a little bit about Gotham Knights and that whole controversy where apparently in 2022, at the end of 2022, we are going to be getting a AAA video game on the PlayStation 5 that is somehow locked at 30 frames per second. And there's a little bit more controversy around it because we have a developer from Rocksteady kind of coming to the defense of Warner Brothers Montreal. I think that's the studio making Gotham Knights, and trying to blame like the Xbox Series S and throwing the Xbox Series S under the bus by calling it a potato, which is pretty funny. But he, this dude's getting kind of wrecked right now. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about Sony's insane goals for 2023. This is something that I feel like people are not talking enough about, okay? Sony is looking to literally break an industry record, not their own record. I repeat, a video game industry record in 2023 by selling the most amount of home consoles in a single period of time than any other console manufacturer in history. This to me is very important to pay attention to, because I think it reveals just how confident Sony is in the PS5, but more importantly, I think it goes to show that we are about to see some insane things happening with the PlayStation brand over the next 12 to 14 months. Things that maybe I would say there are things people are expecting, but certainly things that people aren't expecting as well. So we're going to talk about that. We have to talk about the Activision Blizzard deal. Look, I'm telling you guys, don't shoot the messenger here. I do not want to, every week I have a podcast say, well, here we go. We have to talk about the Activision Blizzard Microsoft acquisition. But it's just that things keep coming out that are somewhat important. And I would say the most recent thing we're learning about, which is coming from the CMA, a 77-page report, which is insanely long. Oh boy, are we learning a lot here. And before I get into it, just to kind of tease what we're going to discuss, first of all, Microsoft did try to get Game Pass on PlayStation, and Sony was like, not happening. So that's official. That's officially known now. But bigger picture here, it seems like the CMA is creating a potentially massive roadblock for Microsoft and this acquisition. And I think Microsoft is beginning to show their not so nice side at this point, because they're starting to get kind of pissed off at at Sony and at this regulator, and we're going to talk all about that. I see somebody asking, MBG, did you lose your glasses? No, I have a different screen today. It's much, much larger. So if you see me like looking up a lot, that's why. But it makes it just, it makes it so much easier for me to navigate everything I'm doing here, and I can see so much better. And somebody asked me in a comment with the last podcast, they're like, dude, how come you look like you're touching your glasses every like 20 seconds? Like, is it an OCD thing or what's going on? No, it's actually because of my hat. When I wear my hat and my glasses, it kind of like pushes up against them a little bit. And before I know it, I'm just every 30 seconds readjusting them, and I don't even realize it. So, but yeah, we're gonna talk about the whole Activision Blizzard thing, because we're seeing some pretty crazy stuff start to come out and start to happen, and and I think people are like, I think people are tired of it, but this is easily the most relevant thing that we're learning, and we have to cover it. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk a little bit about our man Mark Cerny and the good work he's doing with Haven Studio, and how he's apparently taking the same philosophy that he took and applied to the development and the creation of the PlayStation 5 console, and looking to apply it to game development, which is very interesting. So we'll talk about that. We're going to obviously talk about whether or not, because we have to talk, like, look, I know at this point it's for comedic purposes, probably in the eyes of most people, but we're going to talk about whether or not there's going to be a PlayStation showcase. I feel like we have to discuss this. The reason being is because, every week people are basically saying, like, is this going to be the week Sony announces it? Well, truthfully speaking, this upcoming week, the week between, let me see here, between right now, October 16th and Friday, well, I guess you could technically go to Saturday, but announcements don't usually happen to Saturday. So I'll say between the 16th and the 21st, this is the final week that if Sony's going to have a showcase that's not in December, like as in we don't see PlayStation Experience returning, this is the week they're going to have to announce it. And if they don't announce it this week, then nothing's happening, because at that point we're getting too close to the launch of God of War Ragnarok. And if Sony were to do anything, it would come well after November at that point. I mean, some people say that Sony could do a showcase in like mid or late November. That's bizarre to me. I don't think that would ever happen. November's just not usually a time, especially when you have a big game launching. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about a PS5 Pro, because there's some more rumors regarding that. People trying to figure out what's going on there. Dude, Capono's like, why can't MBG accept it? Look, man, believe it or not, I kind of have accepted it. I'm just talking about it at this point because I see people still bringing it up every week. And I see, I see people kind of asking me, like, what do you think? And I just figure, like, look, people expected a showcase of some kind from Sony this year, and they didn't do it. And so I feel, the truth is, if we don't get an announcement of a showcase this week, and I'm not kidding, if it doesn't come this week, we're not going to be talking about it for a while, because I'm not kidding, this is literally the final week that they could do. Like, Sony's been known to give close to a week in advance before a showcase. So, Sony could come out tomorrow and announce a showcase for Friday, but what's most likely to happen if they're going to do a showcase, this is a big if Sony's going to do a showcase, it's going to happen in the pretty much the last week or week and a half of this month. So what will happen is Sony could come out Tuesday, they could come out Thursday, they could come out Friday, and they could say, we have a PlayStation showcase happening on Tuesday the 25th or Thursday the 27th. But that is absolutely the latest they could push it, okay? Because after, not this upcoming week, but the following week, between the week of the 24th and the 30th, that's it, man. Like, there's no chance of a showcase after that. Sony's got a big AAA game coming. So here's the one thing I want to say. I guess we'll just dive into this topic. Well, actually, before I do that, yeah, let me. I'm going to read these two super chats, guys. I'm going to read them before I go on here. So, Josh, you're saying I'm playing 3-player co-op on Dying Light 2 at dynamic 4K, 100 plus FPS using VRR right now. Can't believe I see people blaming the PS5 for 30 FPS caps. And yeah, this is what's kind of weird, man, is look, let's just call it for what it is right now. The only people who, and there are very few, the only people right now who are somehow blaming the PlayStation 5 for being the reason why Gotham Knights is capped at 30 FPS. I mean, they may as well, like, you know, put a clown wig on with an Xbox logo on it because, like, dude, the Xbox Series S exists and the Xbox Series S is significantly just, I mean, it's in a whole nother league of console, the PS5 that is, compared to the Series S. At times, the PS5 has shown to be more capable than the Series X. So I really, like, the only people who are saying this are just clown fanboys, and that should be obvious. And, you know, you don't want to listen, but we have seen the developer, and this is where it's just kind of funny, and I can't help but laugh a little bit, where this developer at Rocksteady came out and called the Xbox Series S a potato, and basically was blaming that console. And people were pointing out that, dude, like, you can't blame the Series S, man. Like, many other developers of AAA games have been able to do just fine with the Series S. And even if the Series S is a problem, how is the Series S stopping the developers from offering a 60 FPS performance mode for specifically the Series X and the PS5? So even that doesn't hold up when you want to blame the Series S. I feel like at this point, the only people who are like blaming one console or another, I think they're being a little bit fanboyish for sure. But I do think it's more understandable why somebody would maybe take a look at the Series S and be like, could that be the reason? But then you have to consider Gotham Knights is a multi-platform game that's also releasing on PC. So it's already targeting pretty low specs. So it just seems to me like this developer, I don't know, they should have stayed in their lane and just focused on what they're doing with their game. Hold on, my cats are, come on, knock it off. Knock it off. Stop. They're, you know, as soon as I start my podcast, they're over here fighting. Come on. Come on. I swear, man, my cats, they just love to derail me. But Mark Lovin, thank you for the 10, man, and thank you for the super chat, Josh. You're saying, do you believe these teasers by Kojima are actually Death Stranding 2? Also, I can't wait for Dead Space, one of my favorite games for sure, and the gameplay looks amazing. So first of all, yes, Dead Space Remake looks phenomenal. This is a game I can't wait to play. It really does remind me of Demon's Souls a lot, where it's like, this looks insanely impressive. So very excited for Dead Space. I mean, we're looking at the Callisto Protocol and Dead Space back to back. That is very exciting to me. But when it comes to these teases from Kojima Productions being Death Stranding 2, this is tough for me. I feel like I want to say I'm 75-25. So 75% of me is leaning into, yes, I think this is Death Stranding 2. We've seen it referenced in a Sony document as Project Ocean, labeled as an open world PS5 game. That's exactly what Death Stranding 2 would be. We've been seeing actors such as, I think his name is Tommy Earl Jenkins, I think. Maybe, I don't know if I'm getting his name wrong, but he plays Die Hardman in Death Stranding. He has seemingly been teasing things out. We've heard Norman Reedus basically blurt out that, yeah, we're working on Death Stranding 2. And there has been quite a bit of speculation that Elle Fanning, in the pictures that Kojima posted on his Twitter of Elle Fanning and the poses she's doing specifically, these poses are reminiscent of some of the poses that BB did, or Lou, as we learn, in the pod in Death Stranding. So they're thinking that's Lou, that's BB, like, grown up. So 75% of me is leaning into, yes, I think it's Death Stranding 2. However, 25% of me is still extremely skeptical. And really, I'm not saying it's like, oh, Kojima's definitely doing Silent Hill, but I am skeptical in the sense that I feel like there could be more to this. And we might, because I've seen a lot of people saying that, like, where do you even go with Death Stranding 2? Like, why would he do Death Stranding 2 when he could do anything? There might be more to it. So, that 25% of me is just kind of reserving just this anything can happen type mentality. And, until it's officially explicitly confirmed that it's Death Stranding 2, always going to be a little bit cautious, especially with Kojima. It's not like we're talking about, a developer that you kind of can bank on them doing something specifically. Kojima's quite the opposite of that. Kojima has been known to mess around with people. So yeah, I'm definitely going to have that 25% reserved to question everything until it's officially confirmed. So thank you for that. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying you see the demands Sony are making for the acquisition, no content exclusive to Xbox and PC, no extra features for Xbox, no Game Pass benefits. That's just dumb. I actually do have to agree with that. Now, here's something I want to point out before I talk about that, Himanshu. Quite a few people have been, and I did this once myself, but it wasn't to make Xbox look bad. It was just to point out a fact. Quite a few people have been kind of picking and choosing what parts of this 77-page write-up from the CMA that they want to pull out and be like, oh, look at this. Look at how stupid Sony is. And then other people be like, look at how dumb Microsoft is. It's like, if you read through this whole thing, both Sony and Microsoft look incredibly stupid. Like, they both look very dumb. And one does not look dumber than the other. They both look dumb. But you pointing out the list of demands from Sony, it is quite comical, because the very thing that Sony is demanding cannot happen with Call of Duty is the exact thing that they're doing right now with Call of Duty. And, it is dumb. It is very stupid. It's extremely hypocritical, but you have to understand why Sony's doing it. The reason why Sony is saying this is because if there's even a chance that they could get that to happen, like, let me put it this way. If the CMA looks at Sony's list of demands and pretty much turns to Microsoft and says, look, Microsoft, we will let this go through only if you follow Sony's list of demands. Basically, that's Sony's only way of, kind of twisting Microsoft's arm right now. That's the only way Sony can twist Microsoft's arm. And I think people don't really see that, where, yes, Sony is very well aware that this is hypocritical and just straight up stupid, because you're literally doing that right now. Like, Sony is literally saying it's fair when we do it, but not fair if they do it. Makes no sense. Sony knows that. Microsoft knows that. I mean, you have to imagine that even the CMA knows that. I don't know how they couldn't see that so clearly. But the point is, right now, Sony is leaning into this even harder because the CMA is on Sony's side. Now, just to clarify, the CMA, because some people are probably asking themselves, what is that? That is the UK's regulatory body. So, you saw Brazil and Saudi Arabia, they both were like, their regulatory bodies were like, go ahead, Microsoft. We don't see any problems here. The CMA, the UK's regulatory body, does see a big problem here, and they are not making this easy for Microsoft. Sony sees this. Sony is seizing the opportunity, and now Sony is going to start getting into they're going to start saying some weird stuff. They're already saying weird stuff. And it's in an attempt to make things more difficult for Microsoft, to twist their arm and to make sure that they can try to keep the CMA on their side as much as they can. So this is what I was trying to get at when I was saying, like, the whole thing is dumb, because you basically have Microsoft coming out here and being like, we are for the gamer. We want everybody to play games anywhere. We want nothing. We don't care about your money. We don't care about our business. We don't care about getting ahead. We are in third place. We suck. And we want everybody playing games. Like, that's pretty much what Microsoft is saying right now. And Sony is coming out and being like, no, we also suck. We're doing good right now, and we have exclusives and stuff, but you're going to make us suck. Like, you're going to make us suck real bad in the future. Let me break this down for you as simply as I can. What you are witnessing is Microsoft wanting everybody, including the regulators, to just focus on the here and the now. Don't think about the future. Don't think about the long-term implications of what an acquisition like Activision Blizzard could do for Microsoft, for Game Pass, and for the entirety of the gaming industry. Do not think that far ahead. Focus on here and now. Here and now, we're in like 3rd place, 7th place, however you want to rank it. We're not winning. We're far from winning. Here and now, we are the good guys, and we want games everywhere. Here and now, we just want to compete. That's all we want to do. And Microsoft does not want anybody to think about 5 years from now, about 8 years from now, about 10 years from now, what they could end up doing with something like this. Sony's doing the exact opposite. Sony is literally out here basically being like, you need to think, we want you paying attention to 8 years from now, 9 years from now, 10 years from now. We want you thinking about 10 years from now, because this is the thing that Microsoft doesn't want you to think about. And of course, at the same time, Sony's like, don't really pay attention to what we're doing right now. Don't pay attention to the fact that we're doing some Call of Duty exclusivity for our platform. Don't pay attention to that. Just think about the long-term implications of this for Microsoft. So they're literally at exact opposite ends here. And it's just getting kind of silly because you look at the things that are being said by both and it's like, this is just stupid. Like, you both sound so stupid right now. And I don't know. It's all for the regulators, man. It's all a show. That's one thing you can be certain of. KD, you're saying the Series S/last gen isn't the problem. It's the lack of resources to develop for more platforms. Not every studio has infinite resources like Epic. Yeah, I could see that definitely being a problem. See, that's the thing. When it comes to resources, that's the one thing you can be completely sure of, that it's absolutely limited. And I mean, yeah, you bring up Epic, and yeah, there are these studios, there are these publishers that they seemingly do have infinite resources, but I don't know, man. I don't see the Series S as a problem right now, because I just feel like there was a time when we heard about this console and I was extremely skeptical. I think a lot of people were very skeptical of the Series S, but I think it just kind of became clear that, well, most AAA developers are able to seemingly support this console because it's mandatory by Microsoft, and it's not having seemingly a big impact on what they're able to do with the PS5 and the Series X. But, you talk about resources. I don't know. It's tough for me. In this specific case, we're talking about Gotham Knights. This is where it's like, your publisher is Warner Brothers. You're handling a DC property here. The resources should be there, but hold on, KD, maybe the resources that you are referring to, I don't know if this is what you're specifically referring to, but it's what I start to think of: development talent. I mean, think about it. What is the number one thing that Sony has been poaching and trying to court for the past 2 years? People wondering, well, why did you buy Bungie? Why did you buy this random support studio, or why'd you buy Haven? It's pretty clear it's because when they're looking for talented developers, and it seems like the most scarce resource right now is exactly that. Because when you look at what everybody's saying about Warner Brothers Montreal and what they're doing with Gotham Knights, people are basically saying it just seems like they don't have the competence. It seems like they're not talented enough to be able to develop a good-looking 4K AAA video game on these consoles and optimize it properly to allow it to run at 60 FPS. Because everybody's pointing out that how come these other AAA development studios are able to? And it might just come down to Warner Brothers Montreal is not Rocksteady. Rocksteady is like the A team, right? The A team for Warner Brothers within their house of studios. Warner Brothers Montreal, when it comes to working with the DC property, has always been viewed as the B team, and in some cases the C team. And so it's like, maybe they don't have the talent there at the studio that's necessary to make the necessary changes to the engine to get it to run at 60 FPS. I don't know. This is just all pure speculation, but there's no doubt that when it comes to game development, resources are always limited. But to me, it's beginning to seem like the most limited resource is talent, talented developers that form development teams. That might be the most scarce resource as of right now. So definitely an interesting thought. Baldy McNosehair, love the name. Off-topic question: what are your thoughts on the Bayonetta voice actress calling out Nintendo and Platinum Games and asking people to boycott Bayonetta 3? Did you hear the news about it? Yeah, I feel like it was impossible not to, and what a crazy situation, man. To talk about this briefly, for anybody who isn't in the loop, I'll just let you know the story. So it was revealed, I think, a while ago that the original voice actress for the Bayonetta games was not returning. And the reasoning, I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the reasoning that they gave was basically saying, oh, well, it was due to like scheduling conflicts and whatnot. But the original voice actress of Bayonetta put out a video that went super viral where she said, I just want everybody to know the real reason why I didn't return to voice this character that people were expecting. And it was because apparently Platinum Games, and I don't know if I'm assuming it was Platinum Games and not Nintendo, but could be both. But people right now, I think, are mostly blaming Platinum Games. She said that to voice this character for the entire game of Bayonetta 3, a very big game that people are very excited about, they only offered her $4,000. $4,000, which is insultingly low. Like that is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous. Like, you're talking about, a game that's going to make millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. And she basically said that, that was just not going to work. Especially with what they're asking her to do. And so rather than basically, turn around and say, you're right, $4,000 is absurdly low. We should definitely offer you a lot more than that to do this job and this project. They were like, okay, we're just going to hire Jennifer Hale. And people were also pointing out that Jennifer Hale probably got paid more than that because she's like considered like a relatively popular voice actress. But now what's happening is, you want to talk about a tsunami of hate and animosity now being thrown at Platinum Games. People are, the actress, I also forgot to mention, the actress also asked people to boycott the game because of this. And it seems like that may happen, man. Like, this blew up. And I think, who is it? The founder of Platinum Games, or the head, Hideki Kamiya? I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but he's like, I don't know. He's making himself look like an idiot from what I can tell on Twitter. Basically telling people like, know my rules or something like that. Like, it's the weirdest stuff I've seen in a long time. And basically what it seems like to me is Platinum may have just put the final nail in their coffin with this, because Platinum Games has already been in a bad spot. It's been a long time, I think, since they've made a solid game. And their most recent game was Babylon's Fall, which was so bad that literally it was a live service game attempt. It was so bad that the game was out for less than it wasn't even less than a year. I think it's been like 6 months, and they had to shut the entire game down. That's how bad it was. And they had to come out and apologize. And so it seems like what we're looking at now is, Bayonetta 3 was supposed to be the big win for them that they absolutely needed this time. And instead, you get this information that comes out where you have a voice actor saying like they basically, were not willing to pay me, essentially. Because like, let's be honest, guys, like $4,000 for a job like that is like, that's insane. Like, that's absolutely insane. And you just have to think like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? But this is what they did, and I don't think like this is blown up so big that I don't think this is gonna I don't think this is going to go away for Platinum Games anytime soon, unfortunately. And you have to imagine they're going to have to do something about this, and maybe Nintendo's going to have to do something about it as well, and we'll see. We'll see. But I did see that, man, and yeah, if there's one thing to learn from this is make sure you're paying your talent, man. Make sure you're paying your staff for, especially when it comes, again, it's not like we're talking about some small indie project that is on a very limited budget. It's like, dude, this is a massive game. Again, it's going to make tens of millions of dollars. And the best you can do for the star voice actress, $4,000? That is like, that's absurd. That is like the most absurd thing I've ever heard when it comes to the game industry, man. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's crazy. That's insane. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. We'll have to see what Platinum Games ends up doing with this and what happens to Bayonetta 3. Because the backlash is severe. This is one of those rare instances where I don't think it's, internet outrage isn't reality. I think this is one of those instances where, no, I think like this is going to have a massive impact on the game and its sales potentially. So KD, you're saying this is just regular negotiation. You're supposed to ask for more than what you're expecting to get. Vice versa for Microsoft. Exactly, KD. Exactly. I think it's exactly that. It's Sony is putting out a ridiculous list of demands that is asking, like you said, for just way more than what is reasonable, right? In the hopes that, well, if you could just get a couple of those things, yeah, that you're right. That is a very common and expected aspect of negotiations, and I think the CMA and I think Microsoft knows this, and I think at this point I'm just going to be curious to see if Microsoft actually agrees to any of those demands. Sorry, I got a little distracted by my little thing here. It was telling me that I was lagging a bit. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be curious to see if any of these demands are actually met. And I just hate seeing Sony do this though publicly. Like, it really is dumb to see Sony being like, you can't make Call of Duty have any extra benefits if it's on Xbox. You can't do it. Like, meanwhile, Modern Warfare 2 is literally advertising a PlayStation exclusive operator. Like, Sony, I understand it's like, this is why we're not supposed to know about this, because it's so stupid. It makes them look so dumb. But, just because this is now a public battle and people are going to be able to see what's going on, it's not going to change Sony's approach. It's not going to change Microsoft's approach. And it's war basically right now between them. Okay. All right, William, thank you so much for the 20, man. Very generous donation. I appreciate that, bud. William Aguilar is saying there will be a showcase 50% this month, 10% November, 40% December. Final Fantasy 16 trailer has been done for 2 months and they haven't released it yet. That's true, man. That's true. We're halfway through October right now, and it is true that they said we have a new trailer dropping. And I've been saying that we've only ever seen Final Fantasy 16 at a PlayStation show. If we see it this month, because they confirmed it's dropping in October, if we see it this month and it's not at a PlayStation show, that would be out of the norm. So there is that still. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. You're saying Project Ocean, Project Overdose. So the thing about, I think a lot of people are thinking, William, that Project Overdose is Kojima's Xbox project. We don't know, of course, but that's what some people are saying. And it could be. It could be. Helldivers 2, yep, we still have that. Spider-Man 2, true. It's been well over a year since we've heard anything about Spider-Man 2. And on good authority, Horizon's, $30 director's cut, not $70 remake. Yeah, see, I will say, if Sony does a $30 director's cut of Horizon Zero Dawn, there's going to be a little bit of backlash, but I think most people would be like, well, okay, well, that's fine. Like $30 if you want it. maybe a $10 upgrade for those who already own it. I think people would be okay with that. So yeah, William, I see what you're doing here. You're basically listing out a bunch of stuff that is just kind of currently on the table, and it's been known about for a little bit now. And yeah, I mean, so let me break this down. You're saying a 50% chance of a showcase this month. That I can agree with. I still, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not saying that I'm going into next week banking on Sony announcing a PlayStation showcase, but there is a part of me that's like, look, it's now or never. Well, not never, but I mean, it's now or it's going to be a while from now. You're saying a 10% chance of a showcase being announced in November. See, that's the thing. I will disagree with you there. I see a 0% chance in November. November just doesn't make any sense to me because you have God of War, and God of War is going to suck up the oxygen for the entire month. And it's going to bleed into December going into the Game Awards. Now, you say December, 40% chance. That, to me, that's the one interesting thing here is Sony didn't do a showcase in September, which a lot of people were expecting. They might not do a showcase this month. And if they don't do a showcase in November, at that point, we basically have only two things left. It's either, okay, Sony's bringing back PlayStation Experience this December, or they're not doing a show until next year. Now, which one's more likely? Well, see, that's the thing. All the stuff you're lining up right now, yeah, I don't. And something you didn't mention as well, William, which is what I'm thinking is, where is PSVR 2? Where is it? Like, Sony has not been talking about it. They have not been showing it off. They have not been revealing games. It's just so bizarre. So I'm looking at all this and I'm like, I know people are like, dude, they're not doing it this year. I get that. I understand completely why you would immediately think they're not doing anything this year. But it's just when you look at all this stuff, am I supposed to believe that Sony's not going to talk about PSVR 2 until next year when it's launching early next year? It makes no sense. Now, some people have said, well, hey, man, they could just do a blog post, and that's true. But my God, that would be insane. That would be insane. Like, here's our new VR headset. Learn about it in a blog post. Like, what? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't add up, people. It doesn't, like, people are talking about Sony like they're not Sony. I'm like, this is Sony we're talking about. Sony is the one who has big game announcements. They are the ones that do shock and awe. Sony has never been the platform holder to disappoint. They've never been the platform holder to be like, nah, we're just gonna let our fans down and not, like, it doesn't make any sense. And here's the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing. Reportedly, Sony, and I'm going to talk more about this in depth later, but reportedly Sony's planning to ship 30 million PS5s in fiscal year 2023. People have, I'm telling you, people just don't understand how insane that is. They do not understand how insane that is. All right. 30 million PS5s. There's only one way you do that. There's only one way you do that. And I don't even need to say what it is. You already know. So, sorry for being the guy that when you tell me Sony's not having a show this year, sorry for being the guy that's like, I don't believe you. That because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, now, the one last thing I'll say here before moving on to the next super chat is some people have said maybe they're just waiting till after God of War's out. Now that to me makes sense. I will say that does make sense where it's like, yeah, God of War maybe being the last major release and then you have a clean slate to start with, right? Yeah, I could see that. Josh, you're saying, so you're telling me Microsoft expects developers to develop for the Xbox Series S and X and the X Pro on top of developing for the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, 5 versions of a game? Yes. Yeah, dude, Microsoft doesn't care, man. Microsoft does not care. One thing that Microsoft made clear with the Xbox Series S is, oh yeah, you're going to develop for this console, whether you like it or not, or you're not shipping on Xbox. Because the way Microsoft is viewing it is you already do this for PC, so you could do it for console too. And I mean, look, we saw with the Series S that developers were not really that thrilled. Some were like okay with it, but you did see some developers basically be like, great, you know? And it's true that the more SKUs you have to worry about, the more frustrating it can be. Now, I'm no developer by any means. I'm not a developer. But if I had to assume, and if a developer wants to let me know, let me know. But if I had to assume, developing for consoles is slightly different than developing and scaling for PC. I could be wrong about that. I could be dead wrong. But if I had to guess, they're a little bit different. Maybe not though. A lot of people say, look, game development starts on PC and then it gets ported to console. And if that's true, then that's I have to imagine that there is a bit of a process there that's a little bit more like I've always got this feeling when it comes to third-party games that are everywhere on PC and consoles, that there is a little bit more fine-tuning that has to happen on the console versions. Just not a lot, but depending on how easy or difficult it is to port the game over. But to me, I've always gotten this idea this feeling that it takes a little bit more fine-tuning. Not a ton, but just a little bit of extra attention. But maybe not, maybe not. But we'll see, man. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Microsoft and Sony do with their mid-gen console refreshes. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show. Baldy McNosehair, again, you're saying, don't forget Bayonetta 3 is releasing the same day as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I did not know that. That's rough, man. That's rough. I didn't know it was releasing that soon, too. Because I did see some people saying like, oh, they should delay Bayonetta 3 for some time and rehire the original voice actress and have her do all the lines and actually pay her. I don't think they're going to do that, but interesting. That's the one aspect of this I wasn't aware of. I didn't know that Bayonetta 3 was that close to launch. That's crazy. Yeah, well, I'm interested to see what happens for sure. Josh, you're saying, sounds like a nightmare for developers, and I don't know how that's good for the industry. I'm sorry, but I can't help to think that the Series S will hinder this entire gen. It's hard to say, man. Like the one defense that I feel like anybody who is looking to defend the Series S, the one defense that they have that it's really hard to deny is when it comes to third-party games, any third-party game that is current gen only, right? Like it's just PS5 and Xbox Series, but it's also releasing on PC, you have to look at the minimum PC spec requirement. And you have to stack up the minimum PC spec requirement to the Series S specifications. And I mean, I guess what it comes down to is simply this. A third-party developer will never have the ability to raise the minimum spec requirement above what the Series S is capable of. And so you have to imagine, like, let's say 5 years from now, right? By that point, the PS4 and the Xbox One, you would hope to God, are long gone at that point. We could even have pro versions of these consoles out. But as developers begin to scale their engines up further and further, and the minimum PC spec requirement increases more and more, at what point is it like, okay, like this is where the Series S is when it comes to minimum spec that we have to adhere to? This is where we could go even for the minimum spec for PC. Now, again, I don't know. Like, I'm not a PC gamer, so I'm not in the know of what's the minimum spec requirement in 2022 for a AAA game on PC. What's the minimum spec requirement on average, and how close or how far away is it from the Series S? But I kind of agree with you, Josh, and maybe it is coming from a place of some ignorance for sure, where I do wonder 5-6 years from now, assuming we're not on to the next generation, assuming that Microsoft makes it so that the Series S still has to be, games have to be made for it in order to release on the Xbox platform, I do have to wonder if we are going to reach that point. Now, I will say this. I might be giving back Microsoft too much credit here. I might be giving them too much credit, but I will say, if like 4 or 5 years from now, we get to a point where it's becoming clear that most AAA third-party games simply can't run, like like the Series S is severely holding them back. If that happens, I think Microsoft would simply say, okay, all right, you don't have to. If your game can't run on it, then you don't have to. You can still release it on the Xbox platform, especially if they have like a mid-gen refresh console. But I don't know, man. It's one of these things where I'm not a game dev. I don't know how much, like I really don't know how much the Series S could impact AAA game development a couple years from now. I don't know. But I'm just assuming that surely it could eventually become a bottleneck at some point, right? Really quick, KD says minimum spec equals most popular GPU is the 1080. All right. Well, now all I need to know is how far is the 1080 from what's inside the Series S? Like, are they comparable? Is it much lower than the Series S? Is it actually above the Series S? That's my lack of PC knowledge, where you can clearly see like I'm not really into graphics cards and following all that. So it's really difficult for me to sit here and definitively say anything because I don't know. But that's why, like, dude, when I was on Twitter yesterday and I basically pointed out that this developer called the Series S a potato, but a lot of people were pushing back. They're like, bro, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, and I'm like, but this is a AAA game developer. Like, why would he call the Series S a potato? Surely he has a better understanding, but I don't know. Maybe not, man. Maybe not. I don't want to, give developers too much credit. They're just people as well. PlayStation Pete, you're saying if Sony were to lose all third-party games to Game Pass, they should be able to succeed because Nintendo lost third-party to Sony. No, they wouldn't, though. They wouldn't. It depends. It really depends on what your idea of succeed and success is. Sony, and I think this is why I kind of agree with the CMA a little bit with their defense of Sony. The CMA is trying to explain to people that Sony is not Nintendo. They're not Nintendo, and they can never be Nintendo. No one can be Nintendo. No one can do what Nintendo has done. They're not. Nintendo has never, in recent times, been a direct competitor to Sony nor Microsoft. So, the argument that's kind of being put forth where it's like, well, Nintendo's fine without Call of Duty. Yes, but again, Nintendo's fine without Call of Duty because they have a completely different console that appeals to a complete, like, the Nintendo Switch was never a competitor to the Series, not to the PS4 or the Xbox One, let alone the PS5 or Series X. It was never a competitor. It was an auxiliary complementary device. And that's why anytime you see somebody say, oh, I'm going to get a PlayStation and a Switch, perfect gaming combo. Or I'm going to get a PC and a Switch, perfect gaming combo. Or I'm going to get an Xbox and a Switch. You don't see people saying, I'm going to get an Xbox and a PlayStation, perfect combo. Some people do, but I'm just saying, you guys have seen it as much as I've seen it. The Switch is not a direct competitor. I'm not saying nobody, but let's just face it. Nobody's making the Switch their primary gaming device. No one is doing that. No one's going to Nintendo for third-party games. And that's because Nintendo lost that a long time ago, and that was their own fault. Nintendo lost that because of their own decisions with what they wanted to do with their console and what they wanted to do with their platform. Meanwhile, Sony and Microsoft were like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're doing our own thing. And then Sony and Microsoft became in direct competition with one another with third parties as well as first party. So this idea that you can just rip away, like if Sony made a decision themselves like Nintendo that caused third-party developers to be like, yeah, we're not supporting you anymore, that's one thing. When Microsoft is doing something that that is literally ripping away third-party support from the PlayStation rapidly, that's very different. And this is where people who are defending Microsoft and people who are defending them like this great corporation that, evil Sony, right? Like, I don't think you guys understand like exactly what Microsoft is doing here. Microsoft isn't only ripping away third-party games, they're trying to strong-arm their own video game service onto their main competitor's platform. That's what Microsoft is trying to do. And it's fucking absurd that people don't see this. It literally came out in this CMA documentation. It's why I have Sony rejected Game Pass on PS5. Anybody who says, wow, how could Sony do that? Because I've seen this. I've seen people saying that Sony should just let Game Pass on PlayStation. You have literally no idea what you're saying. If you were running Sony and you said yes to Xbox putting Game Pass on PlayStation, good job. You just destroyed PlayStation. You just killed Sony's business. Congratulations. Like, it's so dumb, man. Like, the CMA is like the only regulator as of right now that's basically saying, they're trying to point out, do you guys see the bigger picture of what Microsoft is trying to do? Because we do. And it's looking pretty dangerous for Sony out here. And, you see people basically saying it where they're like, the CMA is defending Sony. The CMA is on Sony's bankroll. It's like, okay. I don't think it's very clear that most people do not see Microsoft's true intent. And that is insane. That's insane. Because it's not like Microsoft is any stranger to, kind of doing some stuff that these regulators are like, excuse me? Like, people make it sound like Microsoft doesn't have a history of doing this exact thing that the regulator is concerned they're trying to do. It's baffling, bro. It's absolutely baffling. Subtext. Oh, sorry. Just got shot down to the bottom here. Subtext, where you at? Subtext, you're saying maybe they will wait for 2023, let God of War Ragnarok dominate the holiday, then hit hard right before PSVR 2 launches and win 30 million PS5s in transition. Didn't announce the PS5 price/date until 2 months before launch in 2020. That is a very good point. That is a very good point, Subtext. And that's actually, to me, I hate to say it because if it's true, it means we're going to have to wait a lot longer than we would want. But to me, that almost sounds more plausible. Because the closer we get to Ragnarok, I'm just starting to think Sony probably doesn't feel any need right now to excite people with future PlayStation games because, hold on, did I disconnect here? My stuff is lagging. Okay, I guess it's fine. It says my connection's fine. I'm just going to keep going. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think Sony might feel like we have God of War. That's more than enough. We can show up at the Game Awards with something, a little surprise. Maybe Death Stranding 2, and boom, we're good. We're good for the rest of the year. We'll do a big show in February, right? And VR is going to launch in March. I mean, yeah, I could see that, dude. That actually, if you think about it, this is the thing about Sony wanting to sell 30 million units. Sony wanting to sell 30 million units in fiscal year 2023. It's important to note, fiscal year 2023 does not begin until March 2023, and it ends on March 2024. So, yeah, when you line it up that way, it would make sense that that might be when Sony wants to bring in the tsunami and flex. So, good point. Very good point, Subtext. We'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening, though. I just think that it would be quite jarring for a lot of PlayStation fans and disappointing even with God of War launching. I think a lot of PlayStation fans would be disappointed that Sony went a whole year without doing a proper big show. But Sony could easily make that up if they're like, it's because we're doing one at the beginning of next year, right? If you expect a big show towards the end or second half of one year and they don't do it because they're like, we're going to do it at the beginning of the next year, I think people would be fine with that. Dustin, you're saying, bro, where the F is Metal Gear in the Silent Hill demo? I don't know, dude. That's why I'm confused as well. I'm very confused because I don't know. I don't know, man. Konami's taking their good old time, and I worry about Konami because we're holding out hope that they're not going to screw up the return of Metal Gear and Silent Hill, but I think they might screw it up. I say this because I mean, look, man, they just came out and were like, we're doubling down on NFTs and stuff. And I'm like, oh, God, like, can you just announce your new Silent Hill game? What are you doing? Like, come on. Where's the Metal Gear remasters, for God's sake? Like, I don't want to hear about none of this NFT junk. Green Out Gill, you're saying, did you hear about the Bayonetta voice actress issue? Yeah, we did just discuss that, Green Out Gill. So you did miss that, but you might want to, yeah, you probably have to come back when this show's done and watch it after it's live, because we did discuss that. Yeah, that's true. Swizz says, MBG, you just said that they're defending Sony. They're defending the consumer. That's true. That's true. The CMA doesn't care to defend Sony. Like, anything this CMA is doing, it's not because we like Sony. No, it's simply because they actually see some potential issues that could arise for the customer, anybody who's a customer of PlayStation. And that just works in Sony's favor. Obviously, that's what Sony's been saying. Let me see. KD, you're saying Microsoft has been a culture vulture. Microsoft leverages money from their software business to bully their way into position in other markets by undercutting pre-existing competition. Rarely results in quality for Microsoft. See, that's the thing, KD. We can't say that. We're not allowed to say that, though, because it's not true. Because, Game Pass is a great deal. Like, dude, I literally see mother effers in my comment section, which is, it's kind of funny at this point. I'm going to be honest. I get a laugh out of it, but I actually see people being like, don't you dare pay $70 for a game and get ripped off by Sony when Microsoft will give it to you for free. You'll get games for free. You subscribe to Game Pass, $10, $15 a month. And I'm like, dude, there's so much wrong with what you're saying right now. You need to calm down. Nothing you're talking about. Nobody's getting anything for free here. Okay. And the reality is, anybody who's paying full price for a game on PlayStation, it's likely because they don't mind doing so and they like to own their games, or it's because this game that they're buying for full price is not on Game Pass, and there's a reason for that. And, it's just, people get crazy, man. People get crazy. But KD, getting back to what you're saying, this is the thing. You're saying Microsoft leverages money from their software businesses. Correct. This is exactly what we've seen the Xbox brand do. The Xbox brand was given money from the other divisions underneath Microsoft, because Xbox couldn't make its own money. Microsoft couldn't make enough money. They needed to borrow the money from Microsoft's massive $1 trillion bank account, and they're using that to undercut. That's exactly it, man. The competition. And somebody's going to say, well, why should I care? Why should I care about how much money Microsoft is losing? I mean, look, Sony makes it clear. Sony is just upfront with the customer. People don't want to hear that. They don't want to fucking hear that. But it's the truth. Sony says, we don't want to lose money. We want to gain money. That's what we want to do as a business. Okay? Also, we can't afford to lose money. I don't know if people have seen Sony stock. I don't know if they're aware of everything that's going on in the bigger picture within the economy. But like, Sony also has to worry about their business and their bottom line, just like Microsoft, just like any other business. The difference between Sony and Microsoft, though, is Microsoft does not give a shit about operating in the red and losing money and bleeding money left, right, up, down, and center, like you said, to spite the competition. And for anybody who wants to say, well, why should I care about that? That's good for me because it's going to come back around. Do not be a fool. Do not be a fool and believe that Microsoft is okay just bleeding and making no money. Every move Microsoft makes, just like Sony, is to make more money from you in the end. Right now, it just works in their favor to not care about making money from you, maybe this year or next year, but it's because right now we are in the process of literally slowly dismantling our competition, slowly rendering them completely defenseless in our coming attack, right? With subscription services and Game Pass and day and date and all this stuff, right? We're slowly whittling them down, stripping them of any potential defense. And the biggest, again, I really cannot stress enough, like Microsoft is literally asking Sony for Game Pass to go on PlayStation. There is no greater Trojan horse. Like that, it's not even a Trojan horse. There's no secret. There's no secret. Microsoft is like, can we just dismantle you now? Can we just make it so you don't have the ability to compete with us in the future now? That's what Microsoft is trying to do. People are in this bubble where they think that a eventual price raise of Game Pass isn't going to happen. They think that Microsoft, for some reason, is just going to be okay for the next 10 years losing money en masse, however you say it, right? Just bleeding money for the next decade, the next 2 decades. They're not going to be okay with it eventually. Everything they're doing is to eventually become a dominant player that makes a shit ton of money off of all the customers. That's what they're doing. And so while it may seem like awesome right now, it's because they're making it that. They're losing a ridiculous amount of money to make it that way. And it just frustrates me that Sony is just doing the same thing in a different way, where they're like, we can't lose money right now because it would severely damage us. You know, like we've seen what happened to Sony when they operated at a loss. Go back to the beginning of the PS3 era. They were about to go down, man, like permanently. It wasn't good. Sony cannot afford to do that. They're not a $1 trillion company. Yeah, they're a $1 billion company, but it's not as simple as it may seem. They can't just bleed money like Microsoft can. Microsoft, for all intents and purposes, has like an infinite amount of money. And that, you could argue, that's their greatest strength. But people forget. They lose sight that this is a corporation. How do you think they became a $1 trillion company? How do you think they became a $1 trillion company? It's ridiculous, man. You're getting me going here. You're getting me going here because it's frustrating. It's frustrating to see. So, Afro-American, you're saying hopefully he covers Game Pass being profitable. Please. I just want to know where does it say Game Pass is profitable? We saw how much money Game Pass made, and for anybody who's wondering, $2.9 billion annually from Game Pass, if I'm not mistaken. $2.9 billion. Looking into it, apparently that's on the lower end from what Microsoft was expecting, or at least investors. When that number came out, the general consensus was they should be making more than that. Also, that's revenue. That's not profit. You don't know how much profit. You don't know how much profit they're making off of Game Pass. So, $2.9 billion in revenue is not $2.9 billion in profit. For all you know, you're saying, MBG, where's your bleeding money source? Look, man, I don't know what to tell you other than when a company is making profit, okay? And this is just business 101, man. Like, you don't need to go to school. Like, look, when a company is making profit off of something, they want everyone to know. Why do they want everyone to know? Because it attracts more investors. All right? So if you want your source, Microsoft is your source. And the fact that they absolutely refuse to talk about profit when it comes to the Xbox brand and anything relating to it, especially with Game Pass. It's because it's not. They do, when a company is not making money, when a company is potentially losing money, you think they're going to come out and tell that they're going to shout that? They're going to shout that? All right, so here, I'll ask you this. You're saying they're making money though, MBG. Of course, they're making money. Yes, Xbox is making quite a bit of money. $2.9 billion is a lot of money. But I'm asking you, how much profit? How much are they spending on Game Pass? How much are they losing? That's the point, man. Like, I don't know how to make it more clear to people. The difference between Sony and Microsoft right now, Microsoft does not care about losing money because they can afford to do so for the sake of gaining a competitive advantage. Sony cannot. Sony literally cannot do what Microsoft is doing. They couldn't do it. I'm just saying, people have to look beyond what's right in front of them to realize that if you think Microsoft is not in the business of extracting more money from you, then you're a fool. Just like you would be a fool to think that Sony is your friend and they want to charge you as much as they do for games because, well, all we care about is quality. Of course you care about quality. The quality needs to be there so you can sell your product, but you want profit. You want to make profit off of your games. It's okay. See, this is the shit that pisses me off these days, where what pisses me off is like people begin to talk like it's wrong for a business to care about making money and profit. Now, I understand there is a difference between greed and just running a business, but it's like, can we not act like a developer? And this isn't just for Sony. This is for literally any video game development team. Can we not continue to condemn developers and publishers for wanting to sell their video games at a full premium price? Can we not do that? Can we not continue to just walk around and be like, well, when can I get it for free? Or free, even though it's not free and you're literally paying Microsoft monthly, right? I don't know. It's just crazy to me, man. It's crazy how people are just like, hey, man, this is cool, right? Yeah, sure, it's cool. It's cool. Till one day it's just not. Till one day it's not. And you begin to realize that there is a greater implication to everything that's going on right now. And I know that people want to they want to assume that I'm like coming to Sony's defense, like I'm saying like it's okay for Sony to be greedy and to be anti-consumer. I'm not saying that. You know, this is where it's like, look, if you're going to hear what I'm saying about Microsoft, you should also hear what I have to say about Sony, because there have been more than a few times where I've had to call out Sony for some of the weird, shady stuff they're doing too. All right? It's just the thing that I can't seem to get over, because it doesn't seem to be changing, is people need to get away from this notion and this mindset that one is innocent and the other isn't. That's not reality. That's not true. The reality is they're both cutthroat businesses. All right? That's what they are. One's an American business, one's a Japanese business. Their end game is the same for both. It's about domination and profitability. That's what their end game is. I don't know how anybody can look at Microsoft's history and sit here and try to pretend that that's not their end goal. It's I don't know how anybody can look at any major $1 trillion company, the top 5 companies in the world, and not see that the end goal never changes. It never changes. And that same goal applies to Sony as well. Again, the only difference is the approach. The only difference is the approach. So, what about Sony's history in gaming? Dude, again, I've said it many times before, and I will continue to say it when it's necessary. Sony is not innocent. I'm not sitting here saying Sony gets a pass. Dude, if I was a regulator, I'm not going to be reading Sony's list of demands and being like, oh, well, Microsoft, I think they're right. I don't think you can have any exclusivity. You can't make exclusive operators for Xbox Game Pass once you own them. Because that's not fair. Like, dude, Sony's doing that right now. So Sony's doing that right now. I would turn to Sony and be like, please, just no more of this. This is nonsense. You know? It's just, it's if we're going to call out Sony, here we go. How about this? If we're going to call out Sony, okay? If we're going to call out Sony for making a stupid list of demands, let's talk about some of the dumb stuff Microsoft is doing. Microsoft says PS5 and PS4 would still be bigger even if every Call of Duty player switched to Xbox. The ongoing Activision Blizzard acquisition, a Twitter-style fanboy spat being played out publicly with two ginormous corporations. It's all fun and games in the video game business, isn't it? Yada, yada, yada. So look, Microsoft's unprecedented near $70 billion buyout is unsurprisingly under scrutiny, with UK regulators casting a particularly keen eye over the agreement. Sony predictably is playing up the importance of franchises like Call of Duty in an effort to get the deal stopped, while the team in green is acting like they're barely worth a tenth of the sum it's willing to stump up for it. This is all posturing from businessmen and lawyers in an attempt to get the outcome they desire, of course. Sony's business will ultimately be hit hard by the potential loss of Call of Duty games, while Microsoft evidently wants to vacuum up as much of the industry as it possibly can, while CEO Satya Nadella still has his checkbook open. Ultimately, regulators need to decide just how much competition will be affected. In a statement to GamesIndustry.biz in response to comments made by the Competition and Markets Authority, Microsoft effectively believes Sony is being a baby. Quote, the suggestion that the incumbent market leader with clear and enduring market power could be foreclosed by the third largest provider as a result of losing access to one title is not credible, end quote. The CMA has argued that its Activision Blizzard buyout could, quote, impair Sony's ability to compete, end quote. Microsoft went one step further, suggesting that if every Call of Duty gamer on the planet switched to Xbox, quote, the PlayStation gamer base would be, sorry, let me try that again, quote, the PlayStation gamer base would remain significantly larger than Xbox, end quote. Of course, it failed to back up that hypothesis with any data. It concluded, quote, while Sony may not welcome increased competition, it has the ability to adapt and compete. Gamers will ultimately benefit from the increased competition and choice, end quote. Okay, so there is a little bit of truth to what Microsoft's saying here, but there's still, the thing that Sony's doing is they're still hiding their end game. And that's what bothers me. They're hiding their end game with what they're saying, where it's like, okay, so you're saying that the PlayStation gamer base would still be significantly larger than Xbox. If that's true, why don't you provide the data to support that? Well, they're not going to because, well, it probably isn't that simple. Second of all, they're like, hold on, before I continue here, I need to read this. I need to read this, okay? This is probably the most important part of this entire thing that we need to go over. We all know that Microsoft's Game Pass subscription service tends to be great value, but Sony does not want it on PlayStation. This is a truly shocking revelation, and it has been hammered home through a statement that Microsoft made to the UK competition regulator CMA, in which the tech juggernaut says, quote, Sony has chosen to block Game Pass on its platforms, end quote. This is all in the service of trying to convince regulators that Microsoft's $70 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard is a good thing for the industry. In this case, Microsoft's argument essentially boils down to saying that Sony doesn't need Game Pass because it's already the market leader through PlayStation Plus. It summarizes that adding hit properties like Call of Duty to Game Pass wouldn't tip the scales in its favor. Indeed, Microsoft's entire strategy seems to hinge on portraying itself as the underdog, despite the fact it's trying to close what is by far the most expensive buyout in video game history. Anyway, the company goes on to big up Game Pass and the benefits that it offers gamers while also having a pop at PS Plus. Quote, this increased Game Pass competition has not been welcomed by the market leader Sony, which has elected to protect its revenues from sales of newly released games rather than offer gamers the choice of accessing them via its subscription, PlayStation Plus, end quote. Jesus Christ, man. I cannot believe this is what's going on right now. This is some funny shit, dude. So Microsoft literally just shit on Sony's business model, even though it's the business model they have been following for a couple of decades. But sure, it's just suddenly bad because it's not their business model of choice. And suddenly Sony is the bad guy. Sony, which has elected to protect its revenues from sales of newly released games rather than offer gamers a choice of accessing. Microsoft, why don't you go on to explain? Please explain why Sony can't put their games into subscription services. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Explain. They can't, because what they'll end up saying is, well, it turns out that Sony would lose an unprecedented amount of money and they wouldn't be profitable anymore, and it would probably sink them. It would, if Sony were to just stop doing the business model that has gotten PlayStation where it is today, and they opted for something else. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing, is Microsoft will not say, they won't say it. They were so close. They're willing to throw Sony under the bus, saying that Sony cares more about their revenue than giving gamers a good deal. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So when I tell you that Microsoft is legitimately they're leaning so hard into this notion that just make no mistake, guys. I want you to just take it all in. Microsoft is losing money for you because they care about you, the gamer. Make no mistake about that, okay? Sony, they're charging you full price because they're greedy Fs and they don't care about you at all. But we do. And that's why we're not doing it, because we care. No. Meanwhile, they say this after they claim that they tried to get Game Pass onto PlayStation. Oh man, it's insanity. So for those wondering, let me ask you this. If Microsoft were to put Game Pass onto PlayStation, what do you think would happen? I'm just curious. Chat, let me know. What do you think would happen? God, man, these people, I swear, they're. Here we go. Somebody says nothing would happen. Well, there are a lot of things that could happen. Nothing is not one of them. Things would happen. You're saying the Xbox console would go under? Everyone buys a PS5, no more Xbox console. Okay. Yeah, I think that's true. I think the Xbox console would take a massive hit. Nirvana. Subtext says there would be Nirvana, Utopia. Both Microsoft and Sony would have a thriving businesses. Well, that's a really ideal outlook, man. Did Microsoft pay you to say that? I'm just kidding. The gamers win. See, it's interesting. Here we go. Toon Army says they'd lose so much money from third-party sales going to Microsoft through Game Pass. You see, that's the thing. PlayStation loses profit from games. I'm going to get to these super chats, and then I'm going to continue talking about that. All right, let me, God, this is going to be so, I gotta actually shrink my screen here. Or maybe not. I just got to read through it. The way I have my camera positioned, it's like cutting off some of the super chats. Josh Z, you're saying Nintendo does not need to compete with anyone. In fact, if they come out with a more powerful Switch, it will be the best-selling console ever total sales. And you're probably right. And that's the thing. You know, a more powerful Switch. It's exactly what you're saying. The Switch, a hybrid console, a console that people, when they think of it, is like, it's not their primary. It's what am I going to buy with my Xbox? What am I going to buy with my PlayStation? What am I going to buy with my PC? And it's a Switch. The Switch every time. There's nothing will usurp the Switch, at least not anytime soon. It's the reason why Sony got out of the handheld business, man. You know, and they're just fully focused on letting games go to the Steam Deck. Subtext, you're saying Game Pass made 2.9 billion chatters. So you're saying, okay, yeah, Sony made 2 billion from free-to-play microtransactions, Fortnite, etc. last year alone. 2.9 billion is nothing. Well, in the greater context, it's true. 2.9 billion is not really that much. Like I said, the general, I think, consensus was that people thought, or not people, but people were kind of looking at that number and they're like, that seems a little bit low for Game Pass. But the point is that there's likely a massive difference in profit between the 2 billion that Sony's making from the microtransactions versus the 2.9 billion that Microsoft is making from Game Pass. The only question that has yet to be answered with this 2.9 billion is how much money did Microsoft invest into Game Pass? You know, compared to that 2.9 billion. For all we know, they could have invested 4 billion into it. You know, they could have invested 3.5 billion. They could have invested 3 billion. You know, we don't know, and they won't answer that because it's probably, I can guarantee you they likely invested more than 2.9 billion into not just Game Pass, but pretty much the entirety of the Xbox division. But let's face it, Game Pass is the Xbox division at this point. So it's all about the numbers here. Microsoft is lose now, gain later. Sony is basically let's gain slowly and consistently, and that's been the traditional way of doing things, whether people know it or not. Dustin, you're saying football. My TN Vols beat Bama first time in 15 years. Okay, all right. See, this is where things get a little tough for me because I gotta really look around here. Jerome says, "Hey MBG, I agree. You do call out Sony when they are in the wrong, but what is the point if you still give them your money? If anything, it's free marketing for Sony." Well, it's because to me there is a disconnect between me acknowledging what a lot of people might perceive as a problem versus me wanting to just do what I'm going to do as an individual and what I see as problematic. There is a disconnect between those two things. Sometimes they do, and actually a lot of times they do intersect with one another. But a good example of this was like, you know, I remember with Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, a lot of people were very upset at the way Sony was handling that, and they thought that they were asking for too much, even though you were getting an expansion with it. And that was where it's like I can acknowledge, and I can see the other side of the argument where it's like I see why you are not happy with this and why in your eyes this is just greed and unnecessary. But for me as an individual, like I don't have a problem with it. I just don't. If I said I had a problem with it, I would be lying because I don't. Like it's like what I think they want. It was $15 if I'm not mistaken, or maybe $20 for the full upgrade. If you already own Ghost of Tsushima, you get obviously the PS5 upgrades, but you get the expansion as well. And some people thought that was too much, and I'm like, I see people raging about it, but I can't agree with that. It's just like the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster situation. People are basically making it sound like it's guaranteed it's going to be a $70 remake, in which case, yeah, we would have a big problem there. But if it turns out that it's like this is just like a $20 director's cut thing that we wanted to release alongside our multiplayer experience for those who want it, I'm not going to be mad at all because I'm like, well, that's a totally fair price for anybody who wants it. And it's just basically a remaster, a port. You know what I mean? Maybe they change the lighting and stuff a little bit and change the character models. Maybe they do a little bit more work to it, but there's a big difference between, oh, I'm going to be super angry and rageful about that and make it seem like Sony's really screwing up here, versus if they actually did come out and they were like, this is a $70 remake of a 2017 game, $70 please. Like that would be like, whoa, okay. That's too much. And so I do understand what you're saying though, Jerome. It does come down to what I always say, like putting aside what I'm saying, putting aside what anybody on the internet is saying, putting aside all the noise. Okay. It only comes down to one thing and one thing only. And it's the exact reason why I say there's a lot of fake internet outrage, because it turns out it's really easy for people to complain about something, but then buy it anyway. Like this whole Bayonetta thing. Let's actually see what happens to the sales of this game, because it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, look, it seems pretty bad. Like I'm just saying, if it comes out and it's like Bayonetta 3 selling great, like this whole thing on the internet and people boycotting it and being upset. I'm not saying it doesn't make it any less wrong. It is. But I'm just saying, like, do not be surprised if the game sells perfectly fine. You know? And that's because at the end of the day, there's only one thing you have control over. One thing. And the only thing that matters, the only thing that you can do that impacts this industry is what you choose to do with your money. When they say speak with your wallet, I mean, I know it's like it's overstated and it's said too much, but it's because it's the only thing that you can do. And that's just the reality of it. That goes for PlayStation, that goes for Xbox, that goes for Nintendo, that goes for anything. You can only speak with your wallet. And I'm not going to sit here in front. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm a perfect person and there hasn't been times where I've said one thing and done another. I absolutely have. And I think we're all, to an extent, guilty of doing that. And honestly, I wouldn't believe, if somebody said that they've never done that, I wouldn't believe them, because that's part of the human experience. You know, people change their minds. People change their opinions. People go back on their word. That's just, it happens sometimes. But at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself, you know, is this worth it to me? Is paying this money, my hard-earned money that I earned, right? Is this worth it for me? And that's the only question you have to ask. And that's either going to be a simple yes, I think it is, or no, I don't think it is. I just think that the internet has made it super easy for people these days to say one thing while anonymously doing another. And that's just how it is. That's how it is. But let me see. Okay. So we got subtext. Subtext is saying, Microsoft, we are making the biggest acquisition in tech history in order to not grow or gain any advantage. Believe us. And that's it, man. Like that exactly. That's essentially what Microsoft is saying. And geez, Leia, you did it again. You did it, Leia. Come on. All right, say hi. Yep, Leia wanted to come up and say hi to everybody. She's always jumping on my lap when my mic's right there. But that's the thing. Leia, what do you think about the what do you think about Microsoft? All right, good talk. Good talk. Dude, I'm looking at the replay on my screen right now, and she was just like sitting there, like, can I go now? But but that's the thing. Subtext is it's exactly that. That's why I think, look, I know I'm harder on Microsoft than I am on Sony. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, putting my own personal bias aside, putting all bias aside, at the end of the day, it's like I said, you have to take every single thing that you hear from Sony and from Microsoft in this instance with a massive, massive pinch of salt, because the reality that's exactly what Microsoft is saying. Microsoft is saying we're out here making the biggest acquisition in history, so that way we can remain in third place or seventh place or whatever it is number they threw out. And it's like, no, you're not. You're not. That you're like what you're doing is so you can move up and potentially become number one. But we also can't believe Sony when they're out here basically saying like, what are we ever going to do if we lose Call of Duty? Like, that's where I get annoyed with Sony, because it's like, what do you mean? What are you going to, like, if it happens, it happens. You're PlayStation. You're not going to die. Okay. Like, you're not going to die. You're going to go through some rough times potentially and have to make some massive readjustments. But I just don't like when Sony takes this position where it's like they act so weak, and they really try to make it seem like the only way they got to number one in gaming is by being a weak, powerless corporation that simply relies on Call of Duty. And that's not the case at all. And everybody knows that. The truth oftentimes is somewhere in between. And that's where it is right now for both Sony and Microsoft. All right, let me bring this up here, see if I can. Okay, we have MeTool saying it would ruin their own AAA game model. People would change their perspective and demand unrealistic things. Yeah, well, dude, that's the thing, man. Thank you for the 20, by the way. I really appreciate that, dude. Yeah, it would. That's the truth, man. It would change people's perspective a lot if Game Pass were to come to PlayStation. People would essentially start demanding that Sony. I know it sounds crazy, but it's exactly what would happen. People would literally start to demand that that they have to start releasing either their games onto PlayStation Plus or onto Game Pass, and there's not much getting in the way of that once Game Pass is on PlayStation. There's really not. But there, that's something we have to talk. We have to talk more about, because we need to flesh it out more and talk about this notion, because this really happened, guys. Microsoft legitimately went to Sony and asked if they could put Game Pass onto the PlayStation platform, and Sony just, we don't know all the details, but we can assume it was denied almost immediately, right? And then people talk about, well, maybe they could negotiate something. And the only thing that I could see, realistically speaking, the only deal that I could ever see Sony working out with Microsoft to get Game Pass onto PlayStation, it's a very simple one. The version of Game Pass that we allow on PlayStation will only be for games that are from Microsoft Studios, basically Microsoft exclusives, games that wouldn't otherwise be available on PlayStation. But on top of that, Sony would have to get a cut. That's the only way I could ever see Sony ever allowing Game Pass onto PlayStation, because you begin to ask yourself, well, why is that? Well, here's why. If Sony allows Game Pass onto PlayStation in its current form, first off, right off the bat, they're going to lose a ton of money from third-party sales. There are a lot of people that, for example, let's use a Plague Tale Requiem, right? Like, this is a multi-platform, I'd say it's a AAA title. It's being sold as a AAA title for $60. It's a third-party multi-platform AAA title, and it's releasing on both PlayStation and Xbox. It's launching day and date into Game Pass. Right now, there are probably a lot of players on PS5. I don't know if the game's coming out for PS4 or not, but right now there are a lot of players on PS5 that are likely going to pay full price to play this game on PS5. But suddenly, if Game Pass isn't a situation where you have to go subscribe, get an Xbox, subscribe to Game Pass. You have to go on to PC and subscribe. No, now you just boot up your PlayStation and now you can choose to subscribe to Game Pass and you can play that. You don't have to pay $60 for this game. It would likely eat into Sony's sales. And that's, first off, that's like one of the bigger threats. But right now, I think the biggest threat is, again, with Call of Duty, where if this deal does go through and Microsoft decides we're not going to sell Call of Duty, we're not going to sell Call of Duty on the PlayStation platform anymore. Instead, it'll be available through Game Pass, and then Game Pass is on PlayStation. Well, at that point, I don't know, man. At that point, you're pretty much you're forcing PlayStation players to, you can only access it through Game Pass. I don't know. It's a complicated situation, but it's as simple as this. Microsoft, they came out here and they made it sound like Sony blocked Game Pass. Sony blocked Game Pass from being available on PlayStation. And that's interesting terminology to use because, again, like, we have to acknowledge that Game Pass is a direct competitor with Sony. Like, it's their competition's service. It would be like if Sony was like, hey, can we put PlayStation Plus onto the Microsoft Xbox platform? I'm going to say Microsoft would say no. I'm pretty sure they would say no. So it's so bizarre, man. It's so bizarre. Well, anyway, Fabrice, you're saying, I hope Sony is ready because good guy Microsoft is gone forever. People forget that $68 billion is from Microsoft. They are really mad. Microsoft will never be the same after that. It's a possibility, man. And that's something else that I feel like people, they kind of lose sight of as well, where it's like the reason why people talk so much about this acquisition, it's not just because of Call of Duty. It's because it's the most expensive and the biggest acquisition ever. And that's a lot of money Microsoft is losing at one time. Again, just this notion that they're planning on recouping that some way. And they will have Call of Duty at their disposal to leverage, as well as other big games, right? But Call of Duty easily being the biggest to make that happen. Because again, it's not like Microsoft wants to stay in the red forever, just like Sony doesn't. Sony doesn't want to be in the red at all. Let me see here. Locke, PSB, you're saying PS2 sold over 150 million consoles without Call of Duty. Well, yeah, but I mean that at that point we are literally looking at apples and oranges. The PS2 during that time, Call of Duty wasn't. I know Call of Duty was around, but it was not what it is today. The gaming landscape was so dramatically different. It's honestly, it's not comparable. Frankly, it's not. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Microsoft is literally using Game Pass as a Trojan horse. They are. And that's what baffles me so much about, like, it's just so. The thing that's just strange to me is that Microsoft is talking about it so casually, like, oh yeah, they blocked Game Pass, like they can't, like they don't understand why Sony blocked Game Pass. Like, really, you can't figure out why Sony didn't want Game Pass on PlayStation? It's funny. Jerome, you're saying I can't wait for Kojima to come out, buy an Xbox. Hold on, you're saying I can't wait for Kojima's game to come out, buy it. Get MBG to buy an Xbox, first-hand experience with the Series X ecosystem and review games like Hellblade and Fable. Yeah, well, that's the thing, dude, is like, I've said before that eventually there will be games. Eventually. I don't know when it's going to be. A Kojima game, a new Kojima game is obviously one that, yeah, I'll boot up my PC and, go on that Xbox app or wherever it's going to be and play it. And there are going to be other games that Microsoft releases eventually that I will want to play for sure. We're just not quite there yet. And the thing is, I don't anticipate that my time when I go back to Xbox eventually to experience some stuff, I don't anticipate that it's going to be bad. And I'm like, this sucks. Like, who knows? I'll even try just for the hell of it. Let's see what this is like. Let me subscribe to Game Pass and see what it's all about. I mean, but I don't know. I kind of am a little bit set in my ways to a degree. And it always just comes back down to what I've always said. People ask me like, how come you don't play Xbox? It's people think I hold like a personal grudge, like I'll never touch an Xbox. My skin will burn if I touch an Xbox. It's not like that at all. It's just literally like I'm simply not interested in what they're doing. Like they just released Scorn, and I took one look at that game and I'm like, no thanks, no thank you. Like I'm not going to subscribe to Game Pass to play that game. Maybe, no thanks. And it's just, I saw people pointing out that it wasn't reviewing well and it's pretty divisive. And I'm like, well, all right. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I kind of knew from the moment I saw it, like, this isn't going to be a game that gets me to go to Game Pass. Now, a Plague Tale, I'm not going to be playing that when it launches, but that like is an example of if that was a game that I needed to be there like day one to play it and I was super, super hyped for it, I would probably, I'd probably still buy it for PlayStation to add to my collection if I really cared about it that much. But I'll put it to you this way. Like if that game was exclusive to Xbox, that would be a game that, at some point I'd be like, yeah, I think I might want to go try this out. For sure. But all right, let me see here. But yeah, I don't know. Like it'll be interesting to see whenever Kojima starts talking about his new projects. William, you're saying, I see a possibility where Xbox just goes the way of Sega and becomes a third party. Put a revised version of Game Pass on PlayStation, but it's only first party Xbox games, not third party like Ubisoft plus EA Play. I could see that. Well, that's the thing is like, I don't think Xbox cares too much about the console right now. I just, I'll tell you right now, the fact that Microsoft was willing to put Game Pass on PS5 and PS4 is the biggest sign that they do not care. Like, I mean, we all kind of knew, like, do they care at all? No. Like, that would effectively kill the Xbox console. And Microsoft is totally okay with that. And that sucks. Like, I think that sucks. That to me, that's the craziest thing about this officially coming out. And I don't know if Xbox fans really like fully understand that, like, you do realize literally no one would buy an Xbox if that happened. The Xbox console would be gone. If anything, it would be kind of comical because it would force anybody who plays on Xbox to probably have to go buy a PlayStation to get the console gaming experience. Isn't that kind of crazy to think about? Because if Game Pass was available on PlayStation, why would you ever buy an Xbox? And I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm serious. Like, why? Why would you ever do it? There would be no reason to. If you bought a PlayStation console, you get all of Sony stuff. I don't know, man. How this guy says another incredibly bad take from MBG. Okay, then the floor is open. Please explain to me why anybody would buy an Xbox if Game Pass was on PlayStation 5. I'm willing to hear I'm not going to say you're wrong. It's just I can't see it. I don't see the reason. People said the same when Xbox games went to PC, but the difference is, what I'm trying to say is, imagine a world right now where if you bought a PS5, you get access to God of War Ragnarok and Redfall and Starfield day and date. Think about that. That's all I'm trying to point out. How did I know MBG Eyes sees all the trolls? No, I see a lot more than that. It's just sometimes I see people point out things, and I'm maybe, I don't know, maybe I am feeding the trolls, but I'm literally wondering, like, is there something I'm missing? You're saying Game Pass on PlayStation would be through xCloud? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I don't think Microsoft would do that, though, and I don't even think Sony would allow that. But yeah, it's this whole notion of Game Pass going to PlayStation. I don't think it's ever going to happen. You say you're just busting my balls, Space Gambler. Yeah, I know, man. I don't think it's ever going to happen, though. I don't see it unless there's some very specific deal that's worked out that cannot be changed or negotiated. I don't see it happening. KD saying, LOL, Scorn reviews aren't divisive. Look who's giving it good reviews. Windows Central, aka Jez Corden. I mean, look, man, I'm not saying that I can't really speak on it because I haven't played it, but all I'm going to say is when I saw Scorn, I definitely didn't think to myself, this is the next big thing. If anything, I actually thought to myself, that seems like a very appropriate game for Game Pass. And that's no offense to, I'm just saying, like, that would be like the type of stuff I would expect to get if I that's the type of game I could even see Sony like working out a deal with, where it's like, maybe we can get this on the PlayStation Plus or something, like it doesn't look like a massive, huge game. And I already told you guys, the thing that turned me off immediately from Scorn is the aesthetic. It's just a little too much for me. It's a little too much. Big Nabs, you're saying Activision don't want to lose the PS5 player base. Activision doesn't get to choose anything. Activision gave that up. When Activision is like, when this deal, if it goes through, Activision, they don't get to make a choice. It's Microsoft's call at that point. But I do want to ask you guys one final thing before we move on, because I know I get too ranty and too worked up with the whole Activision Blizzard thing. But let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. There was one last thing that I have to mention here before we move on. It is important for everybody to know. So we talked about the Game Pass thing. Sony rejected Game Pass. Microsoft is claiming that PlayStation's player base would still be a lot bigger than Xbox's, even if every Call of Duty player went to Xbox. The final thing here is the UK CMA has published a statement regarding Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, citing that its concerns with granting approval for the acquisition come from Microsoft's actions after it acquired ZeniMax. Quote, third parties told the CMA that Microsoft would benefit from making Activision's content exclusive to Game Pass, and that this would be consistent with Microsoft's behavior in relation to past acquisitions, including that of ZeniMax Media, where Microsoft did not uphold its promise to continue making Bethesda content available on multiple stores and platforms, end quote. Now, the reason why I wanted to point this out is because I do think that a lot of Xbox fans and a lot of people online, they are extremely quick to jump to, kind of, being hard on Sony in this case, and being like, crying Ryan and crying Jim Ryan and making fun of Sony. And it's fun. It's fine. Of course, Sony, as I said, they kind of look stupid themselves. But this is the one thing that I've tried to explain to people, like, wouldn't it be kind of just foolish, truly foolish, to look, Microsoft bought ZeniMax, and when they first bought them, we were talking for weeks about what's going to happen to future Bethesda games. And the general sentiment was, and I know you guys remember, you're gonna have a lot of past tweets and past videos, and it's all gonna start kind of running through your head when I say this. The big sentiment with the Microsoft and Xbox fan base was Microsoft did not just spend $7.5 billion to keep releasing these games on PlayStation. They paid $7.5 billion to make them exclusive. That's why they did it. So let me get this straight. That logic applies only if it's $7.5 billion. But if we, let's say, ramp it up to $68 billion, that logic suddenly doesn't apply. See, this is where you can't take that stance. You can't take that stance and then turn around and say, well, look, Microsoft said they're not going to make it exclusive. And then your argument is, well, it's different. What's different about it? That's all I need to know is what's different about it. You're talking about a major publisher with major content, with major IP that Microsoft can directly benefit from, just like with Bethesda. What's different about it? The amount of money? Of course. But what's more important to Microsoft at this point in time? Did we not already establish? And it should be crystal clear. Microsoft right now, their goal is to not make as much money as possible. They're spending money like there's no tomorrow. Microsoft's goal right now is to get every mother effer in the Game Pass door. That's all that matters. That is it. That's everything to them. And they will do anything they can. So all I'm saying is for people who are very quick to be hard on the CMA and make it sound like they're just out here trying to take Sony's side, you need to understand that what they're pointing out here is a hard fact, something that Microsoft literally just did, and you cannot blame them nor anybody else for deciding to take Microsoft's word for it. All right? That's all it comes down to. Microsoft says we're not going to make it exclusive. We have no intent to do so. That's fine. You can say that. But what about Bethesda? Because if I'm remembering correctly, the last word we heard on Bethesda exclusivity was Phil Spencer. I believe it was at the Xbox Bethesda showcase, or maybe it was at the round table or something right before that, where they're like, our intent is to deliver exclusive content anywhere Game Pass exists. You know, and this is where I feel like Microsoft is taking things too far by making statements like that and then saying, hey, Sony, can we put Game Pass on PlayStation? And for very obvious business reasons and competitive reasons, Sony says no. And Microsoft just thinks they're going to walk scot-free by being, well, we tried to get Game Pass on PlayStation. It's dubious. It's straight up dubious. And I just don't know why people are being so hard on the CMA for just kind of pointing out this stuff that should be pretty obvious. It's very strange to me, man. Also, I just want to point out, Microsoft is so desperate to make sure that this Activision Blizzard deal goes through that they put up a straight up propaganda website where they made an entire website dedicated to explaining as thoroughly as they can why this acquisition is good for you and good for me and good for the entirety of gaming. And it's literally like, you've got to be kidding me right now, dude. Not because they did that, because of course they're going to do that. It's in their best interest to do that. But what blows my mind is like people are eating it up. People are eating up like, yeah, that is good for me. Like, oh God. Like, come on, man. You know, like we got to be able to. It happens. It happens. What are you going to do? But there you go. The CMA is basically saying, look, we want to believe you, Microsoft, but you literally just bought another publisher and made their future games exclusive. And also, I want it to be known that people are kind of pointing out, like, well, Microsoft, the last Bethesda games were Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo. And it's like, guys, the CMA, I'm pretty sure they're going to be smart enough to know and look into the fact that that was a deal that was made prior to the acquisition. And for example, if we get Deathloop 2, that's not coming to PlayStation. It's not. It's coming to Game Pass, which is not on PlayStation. Anyway, I see somebody asking, what's the CMA? The CMA is the regulatory body of the UK government. So the final thing I'm going to say before moving on, well, let me read these super chats first. Stu, you're saying if Microsoft discontinued Xbox, PlayStation would allow Game Pass. See, that's a good point you bring up. I really wonder if Microsoft went to Sony and said, Sony, look, we will literally not make an Xbox console for the next generation. No more Xbox consoles. We're not going to make a console you're going to make a PlayStation 6. But the agreement is you have to allow Game Pass on PlayStation. That would be, I feel like, a bit tantalizing for Sony, because like that's still a Trojan horse, but that's like, well, Sony, how important how important is it for Sony to dominate the console space? But the reason why that's kind of, I still think Sony would be like, hell no. Hell no. You can guarantee us the entirety of the console space outside of Nintendo. But if you think about it, Sony wouldn't need that, because Sony already kind of, they're already the leader. It's basically like Microsoft giving up the last bit of market share. I don't know. It's just interesting to think, like, if Microsoft agreed to not make any more home consoles and to just allow the PS5 to essentially be the dominant home console and get Game Pass on the PlayStation, I still think that could have some pretty negative long-term implications for PlayStation storefront. I do think so. But that's an interesting thought, Stu. Top Shotter, you're saying Microsoft doesn't care about making the device. They want other companies to... let me get this here. It cut off for me. You're saying Microsoft doesn't care about making the device. They want other companies to make the device, and they license Game Pass to the device. It already started. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like somebody pointed out when it comes to Microsoft and how they're kind of... Microsoft is just adopting the exact same model for the Xbox brand that every one of their other divisions has already adopted. This is exactly what we've seen with things like, Office and Microsoft Edge and every other software service that they offer. That is exactly it. Microsoft is a software company, and they are now finally deciding. They did decide a while ago, but now they're really leaning into it, where we just want this everywhere. We don't care about the hardware. And I firmly do believe that the reason why Sony denied Game Pass is because I think Sony won't admit it, but they do have to consider if Microsoft is betting on the right horse. Sony doesn't know if in the next 8 to 10 years that the traditional premium, priced game business model is going to be where it's at. It might not be. It might be close to dead, unfortunately. I mean, nobody knows, right? It could be the same. It could be dramatically reduced, or it could be dead. And the worst mistake that Sony could make is by allowing their competitor to put a service onto their platform, so that way in the future, if it turns out that, subscription services are actually the future of gaming, we just screwed ourselves. Like, now we have no ability to compete. We literally removed all ability for us to compete before it even started. And that's why I think that's exactly why Sony won't let Game Pass on, no matter what, because Sony can say what they want. Sony says right now, live service games are their future. Sony views live service games subscriptions in themselves. If Sony's endeavor with live service fails, they can keep making single player premium games, and that will never stop. But if they stop growing, meanwhile Game Pass is going and going and going, Sony can say what they want about PlayStation Plus Extra, but I'm pretty sure that is going to be, if it turns out that that's the future of gaming, PlayStation Plus Extra will be their Game Pass competitor. And you will, you could see Sony fighting for the exact same thing that Microsoft is out there courting right now. And they would not be able to do that if Game Pass was on their platform. So interesting to think about. For sure. We have Nakamichi, member for 10 months, saying someone at Microsoft said that Bethesda is going to stay independent, but ended up making Bethesda's games exclusive to Xbox and PC. Well, what that statement really meant was that Bethesda was still going to function as an independent entity. So, like, Bethesda's still just Bethesda before they were acquired. It's just now they don't release their games on PlayStation. That's all Bethesda was. And I guess future games on Nintendo Switch, potentially. That's the only thing that changed. Again, like, it's just such a weird dichotomy from Microsoft, where they very clearly bought Bethesda for exclusivity for their subscription service, but they're coming out and saying that they're definitely not doing that for Activision Blizzard. It's hard to believe. It is. I see somebody saying Bethesda was different because it's not the size of Activision, my guy. Yeah, but couldn't that work the other way? Couldn't the fact that Activision Blizzard is that much bigger and has IP that are considered that much more valuable, couldn't that work even more in Microsoft's favor? Not now. Keep in mind, Microsoft couldn't even make Call of Duty exclusive until after 2025. And even then, they were willing to extend the deal with Sony for 3 more years, which Sony rejected. So if you consider this, at that point, you know, it's clear that this is the long game for Microsoft at eventually, and it could even be 10 years after the deal's done. Eventually, they're going to pull the rug out from Sony. And Sony knows it. Microsoft knows it. The CMA knows it. Everyone knows it. The day will come where Microsoft's like, well, we're now going to leverage Call of Duty and all of its might for Game Pass, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because people were pointing out, well, how can the CMA still be this strict on Microsoft when Microsoft even offered them a deal to extend it? Well, the CMA points out that deals can be renegotiated, deals can be changed, deals can be, basically pointing out that this is Microsoft's way of, wiggling their way out of any potential things that they said. And that's the truth. That's why Microsoft was probably praying that Jim Ryan would sign that agreement for Call of Duty for 3 more years, because if they did that, then that means Sony said, okay, this is fine. And at that point, Sony or Microsoft would have all the power. Once that agreement is up, they can do literally whatever they want scot-free. Sony knew that. That's why they didn't sign that deal. You better believe, dude, Sony absolutely wants this to get blocked. I want it to be known, and this is the most important thing, I think, as a PlayStation fan right now, I could say, and I promise I'm going to move on to the next topic, but I repeat, do not want the Activision Blizzard deal to get blocked. I want this to go through. In fact, I wish it could just be done already. Because if Microsoft is denied Activision Blizzard, they're just going to go after somebody else. And at that point, there's a very good chance they go after somebody I actually care about. And that's why I tried to say, like, Bethesda, yeah, there are a few Bethesda games every once in a blue moon that I'm interested in, but I don't really feel like that's much of a loss as a PlayStation fan. Truth, just for me personally. Activision Blizzard, same thing, man. Like, I don't play many Activision Blizzard games. If they make like a new Tony Hawk or something, yeah, sure. Like, I'll be there. New Crash. If it doesn't come to PlayStation, sure, I'd maybe want to try it. But it's like, these are 2 publishers that have not really, granted, Call of Duty is probably the only property from Activision Blizzard that I would really, at the time, I would think to myself, well, I don't know, man. Am I still going to want to play Call of Duty? But after playing the Modern Warfare 2 beta, the answer to that for me was no. So it's like, if this doesn't go through and for some reason it's blocked, I mean, Sony will be like, oh, thank God. Meanwhile, I'm going to be like, geez, who are they going to go after now? And to me, that's the concern. Kazjam, you're saying, wonder if Microsoft intentionally didn't compete over the last gen so they could come up with the argument that they're in last place for future acquisitions. That would be... No, dude, I don't believe that. That's too... that'd be crazy. I could see that, though. I could see that. Like, maybe around 2017, 2018, they're like, all right, this is where we're really going to start to suck. I'm just kidding. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know, though. We'll never know. We'll never know. It's an interesting thought. All right, let me see where I'm at here. I'm very confused. Wow, this is okay. This is, I think, delayed. Oh no, it's not. Okay. So I'm all caught up. Yeah. So, all right. So to close out this topic, because look, I I didn't want to talk about this so much. I didn't. And Timothy, you're saying they're trying to shift the industry from console wars to subscription service wars. For sure. For sure. That's absolutely what's going on. Right now, it's like acquisition wars, but then it is going to move into subscription service wars. And this is where, when we talk about the idea of Sony basically pulling a Nintendo, there is a part of me that does have a desire for Sony to throw their hands in the air and give up this fight for Activision Blizzard and Call of Duty, because it does, dude. I don't like that about PlayStation, but I cannot deny the importance of it. Like, I don't like the idea that what makes PlayStation such a dominant force, it's not just Call of Duty, and it's disingenuous to say that. And I know that there are PlayStation fans, they get kind of offended where it's like Sony doesn't need Call of Duty. It's not that when people think of PlayStation, they immediately think Call of Duty. It's not that. It's the potent combination of, when you think PlayStation, you think Call of Duty, God of War Ragnarok, Call of Duty, Horizon Forbidden West. You know what I mean? Call of Duty, Spider-Man 2. Like, you get the best of both worlds in a lot of people's minds when you talk about PlayStation, and having, you can have your Call of Duties, your Maddens, your FIFAs, your annual games on top of the other awesome games that PlayStation offers and that only PlayStation offers. And if anything, you could also argue this is the one thing that Sony has over Nintendo as well. Because I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't think Sony's IP, I know for a fact, Sony's IP, I know some PlayStation fans might not want to hear this. It's just the truth. They're not as strong individually as Nintendo's. They're not. And if Sony was ever in Nintendo's position, they would struggle a lot more, especially because Sony doesn't make a hybrid console, that kind of justifies itself in its own little ecosystem, right? I see somebody saying the Press A podcast. Yeah, I know, man. Look, I'm not kidding when I say, like, I really did not. If you notice, I didn't make a video on this, because I am tired of talking about it. The reason why I didn't make a video on it is because I'm trying to limit how much I talk about it to just the podcast, because, the more stuff, again, 77 pages. And I'll tell you, I did not go over all those pages, nor am I going to. I do not care that much. It's just, I would be remiss if I did not talk about this after everything that came out this past week. And I trust me, man, like, going into next week and the week after that, I hope the next thing I hear about this is it went through and it's done and that's it. And we could just stop seeing this ridiculous back and forth between Sony and Microsoft, because it's like a clown show up in here. It's like a circus, And I'm just like, the more we see this stuff, I'll tell you guys, do not know the sigh that came out of me. The sigh that came out of me when I woke up, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, and I saw the top headline was something regarding the Activision Blizzard acquisition and the CMA and what Sony said and what Microsoft said. I'm just like, oh my God. Like, I'll take anything. I'll take anything other than this at this point, right? Please, like, come on, Blue Box, come back, Blue Box. I'd take that over this. That was funner than this, man. Oh man, it's sad. It's very sad. We have Pragmatic Cat saying the NFT market has fallen at 97% from its peak in January. Well, color me shocked. Color me shocked. Who could have seen that coming? Future MBG channel pivot equals PC news and tech channel. I doubt that. I don't see that ever happening. I'm not into the tech side of things that much. It interests me to a degree, but not nearly as much as just the games, really. Jerome, you're saying if they went after From Software, you would have a reason to get an Xbox if the Blizzard deal didn't go through. I don't see the problem, LOL. Yeah, I mean, look, dude. I don't think that could happen now. Jerome, only because Sony did invest in From Software for that reason. There's no doubt, man. Like, there's no doubt that Xbox is working hard to convince people like me and many others to pay attention, and to go try out their ecosystem and their platform. And I'm not against it. I'm not the biggest fan of the tactics right now that they're using, because I know that there's always the argument where it's like, well, what about Sony and Final Fantasy and Spider-Man? And it's like, yeah, but come on, like, you can't make it sound like the only way Sony ever achieved success was by buying exclusivity. That's not true, and everybody knows it. For every Final Fantasy deal that's made, you get at least 3 or 4 like quality, new IP, first party AAA titles or sequels, right, from Sony's own studios that they purchased when they were very small studios. I feel like this is where you can't deny that. And it's not apples to apples. It's not, because the last time I checked, Sony never bought a publisher, nowhere even close to that, right? And I know people could say, well, Sony would if they could, but it's like, but they can't. So you can't use that argument. It's like me saying Sony or Microsoft could have made a Spider-Man game if they thought that they had a studio competent enough to do so and they weren't so focused on their own IP. Yeah, they could, but they didn't. It just doesn't make sense to woulda, coulda, shoulda. Those arguments, in my opinion, don't hold up because they don't matter. But I see where you're coming from, Jerome. Top Shotter, you're saying if Sony put Game Pass on their device, it would destroy their manufacturing business. It would legitimize the Game Pass model. Yeah, there's that aspect too. It would legitimize it more than anything else. I mean, that would be, I tell you, man, that would be an interesting day on the internet, for sure. That would be an interesting day on the internet if that ever happened, just to see what people would be saying. Thank you for that. Okay, Kapapa. So I'm assuming you're signaling some rant juice here. KD, you're saying Nintendo also got their position with their IPs from countless remasters and remakes, LOL. Not much backlash there. How many times did they sell Mario 64? Yeah, well, it's like we say, man. That's why I think Sony is. We could actually shift this into another conversation now, because I know people are tired of hearing about the Activision Blizzard thing, and I'm gonna rest it for now. Like, again, final word. I hope we don't hear any more about it. I hope this is the final word. I don't want to hear any more about it next week. I don't want to hear it. Like, I wish Sony and Microsoft would deal with this stuff behind closed doors. I don't want to hear about it. Anyway, so you talk about Nintendo and how they got their position by putting out countless remasters and remakes, and how there was seemingly minimal backlash. Mentioning how many times did they sell Mario 64? Well, this is what I'm saying, man. It's like, I think when people look at PlayStation in 2022, there's a few things we can automatically see from evaluating them. Number one, they are seemingly drawing their line in the sand, and I feel like for the past year and a half, Sony has been focused on drawing that line in the sand and making it known where they're going, while simultaneously saying, but we could also change that. And I think that's the difference between, you're right, people do pick and choose. There is selective outrage, absolutely. But I think that the thing that's problematic for Sony, I feel like Nintendo drew the line in the sand a long time ago. And because I do believe, I haven't followed Nintendo really that closely, but I have to imagine that in the past there have been some pretty bad moments for them, right? Some outrage. But I think at some point people just kind of accepted, because they had no choice, that they're not budging, dude. They're not moving. Like, you can cry all day, every day. It's not going to change anything. They've made their decision, and they drew the line in the sand. And I feel like this is where Sony is a little bit different, where Sony seems to be kind of playing both sides here, where you have Jim Ryan kind of coming out, drawing a line in the sand, being like, we need to raise our prices of our games because our games are higher quality and we believe in generations. And I know that that's taken out of context, but still, people still use it. And, kind of just really leaning in with the traditional console business and console model and making it known that, like, hey, we're Sony, man. Like, you already know what to expect and it's not changing. While simultaneously making big changes, such as having Herman Hulst come out a year and a half later, roughly, and say, oh, by the way, you can expect at least 1 year before games go to PC. And it's like, see, that you didn't draw the line in the sand. You said you drew the line in the sand, but then you changed it. And then you changed it again. And I think that it makes it easier, I think, for people to be angry at Sony, whether it's justified or not, simply because it's like you're not really committing to one specific thing. Like you're all over the place and you're not making it super clear and you're changing things on a yearly basis and it's hard to keep up. And that's why I believe me, they're like, when a Nintendo fan said in 2019 or 2018, when a Nintendo fan said, if they were asked the question, do you see a Zelda or Mario ever releasing on PC? They would turn and they would say, hell no. Never going to happen. Never. And they can still say that in 2020, 2021, and still in 2022. And they will be able to continue to say that going forward because, again, like, Nintendo made it clear, like, this is what we do and we do not budge. Sony, on the other hand, they were kind of, I'm going to be honest, Sony kind of jerked around fans a little bit with the whole PC stuff, and they still kind of are, where it's like they say one day, oh yeah, we're just going to go with a game like Horizon Zero Dawn, 3 years old or 4 years old, well, however old it was at the time. And then, maybe a game like Days Gone and, God of War, it's 4 years old. They're like, oh, okay. And they're like, but, actually, hold on. We're going to do Sackboy. And actually, I think we're going to do Returnal. And you know what? I think we're even going to do Horizon Forbidden West. And that's where it's like, well, what do you, just do it. Like, just make it clear what you're trying to do instead of like slowly moving the line that you drew over and over again. I just think it's frustrating players because while they're doing this, they're also like, but we're never going to stop making single player games, but we're also going to do live service games, but we're also going to do mobile games. Oh, and did you see our new TV shows, by the way? It's like, Jesus, like, I can't keep up. And so at this point, for me, rather than take what any PlayStation executive says at face value and say, well, that's the truth, I look at it as that's what they're saying now, but it's subject to change. And that's been proven, And it's not, I don't think Sony's doing this purposely. Like, I don't think they're purposely trying to jerk the fan base around. I think it's that they're trying to keep different doors and windows open in case that's an avenue that they may have to really pursue. You say you act like these are politicians. Well, dude, let's face it. These executives kind of talk like politicians do. They do, and it can be frustrating at times. Let me see. I got Sentient Ironheart. Thank you so much, man. You're saying, what is your opinion on the voice actress of Bayonetta 1 and 2 who refused her role after Platinum Games offered her $4,000 for the whole third game? Well, Sentient Ironheart, I mean, that's a generous super chat, so I'm not gonna, I'm going to keep it short because I want to let you know that I did discuss this earlier in the show. I think it was within the first hour. So you're definitely going to want to come back to the podcast once it's done and rewatch the first hour because you missed it. But to summarize it real quick, I think Platinum Games is insane for only offering that voice actress $4,000. And I think that what I'm most interested in seeing is how it actually impacts the sales of Bayonetta 3, because right now we're seeing a immense amount of outrage on the internet, and people are saying they're going to boycott the game, and the voice actress is encouraging them to boycott the game. So I really want to see if that's going to actually have a negative impact on the actual sales, or if it's going to be, if it's going to be a situation where everybody made a big hoopla out of it and freaked out, but nothing actually mattered and changed, and the game sells perfectly fine. But my opinion on it is I think Platinum Games should be ashamed of themselves, because it's like offering $4,000, as I said earlier, offering $4,000 to a voice actress who's voicing the main protagonist of one of the biggest games that's going to come out, that's going to make tens of millions of dollars. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. I see somebody saying, why did she sign the deal? I don't think she did. No, I don't think she did. Now, one thing I forgot to add, to this discussion with this topic earlier is the CEO, I think it's the CEO of Platinum Games, Kamiya, he almost alluded to the idea that like she was lying or she wasn't being totally truthful. And he made it seem like he was going to like go into further detail, but he didn't. Instead, he just started mass blocking people. And so it's like, look, man, if you're, it's weird. It begins to really look like Platinum. Yeah, you really screwed up here, because I don't know. I just feel like this is doing so much immediate damage to the reputation of the studio and of the game that if there was more to it, you have to come out and say it. Like, you have to, because if there's like a reason, if you have a good reason why you only offered $4,000, and then it should be able to stand on its own. You're saying he deleted his Twitter? Jeez. During the podcast, he deleted it? Yeah, probably for the best, man. Like, I saw like his replies and the stuff he was saying. And look, I sympathize to a degree where it's like, I can understand how it's probably insanely overwhelming to deal with all that. But I feel like when it's like, when you're put in a position where it's like, dude, look, you're the villain right now. Like, you are legitimately the villain. And regardless of what context may be missing, you are the villain. Back off, don't say a word. This has now become, a legal PR situation. But yeah, I don't think he was helping anything at all. I think he was basically pouring fuel on the fire. And I have to imagine, maybe he, maybe he like decided to personally delete his Twitter, but I have to imagine that somebody called him and be like, you need to immediately get off Twitter right now. Like his lawyer, somebody was like, you need to stop. But yeah, I'm going to be very interested to kind of see what transpires. You're saying the dude needs a massive ego check. He calls anyone who speaks English an insect. Yeah, I saw those tweets floating around, and it was like, geez, man, like, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing out here? It's so bizarre. Such a strange situation, really, that seemingly came out of nowhere. So yeah, but I think something we can all agree on unanimously is that $4,000 for voicing one of the most prolific and well-known protagonists in one of the biggest games, for one of the biggest platforms, and that's legitimately an insult. And I at this point, I think what I'd want to know, and just to put a bow on this, I want to know why. Like, I want to know, is it simply because everybody's basically assuming right now, understandably so, that basically Platinum Games is greedy and just we're like, you don't deserve more than $4,000. Like, you're completely replaceable, which is just disrespectful. Because as somebody who plays video games, you get attached to certain voice actors and actresses that they are the character to. It reminds me of David Hayter with Solid Snake. Like, to me, David Hayter is Solid Snake. When Kiefer Sutherland came in And I know why, that there's like story reasons why, but he wasn't Big Boss to me. He wasn't Snake. I just didn't. He did a fine job, but to me, David Hayter Snake, like he brings to life that character, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like that's where I did see that there were some people that were upset when they found out, oh, her, she's being replaced or she's not reprising her role. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much for that super chat. Lyro, you're saying, is Babylon's Fall the downfall of Platinum Games? Oh, I see what you did there. It could, I mean, dude, some people were saying that's the beginning of the end, and you look at what's happening now, it's like, we'll have to snake. I said we'll have to snake because I'm reading the word snake as I'm speaking. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it's the beginning of the end. Katie, you're saying the whole point is he wasn't Snake. LOL, come on. I know. Well, the thing that really got to me, okay, just a heads up, spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 5 in a couple seconds here. So if you don't want to know any spoilers about Metal Gear Solid 5, you're going to want to back out. So here's your warning. Okay, so the thing that got me about Metal Gear Solid 5 and the whole Kiefer Sutherland thing was I always suspected, I'm like, with the whole Ishmael thing, I was like, something's going on here. And the story of Metal Gear Solid 5 is essentially when you play Ground Zeroes, you're playing as Big Boss, right? And he goes into a coma. And when you wake up from the coma, 9 years later, you are led to believe that you are Big Boss, right? You are Big Boss. And there's this other character that I always kind of thought, I'm like, something is weird here. Something is off with Ishmael, who has his head bandaged and wrapped, and he's helping lead you through the hospital to escape. And I feel like the kind of thing that they went with was they wanted you to kind of almost believe that Ishmael wasn't even real. He was like in a hallucination or something. But by the end of it, essentially what you find out is you are not actually Big Boss. You are somebody, you are the medic that was in the helicopter with Big Boss. When it crashed, they decided to use you as Big Boss's doppelganger. So they reconstructed your face with surgery to look like Big Boss. And they, Ocelot and the whole 9 yards to basically implant Big Boss's thoughts and memories. And you wake up and you genuinely believe you are Big Boss. And at the end, you find out that Ishmael was actually the real Big Boss, and he was off doing his own thing. Well, it was very, I don't know. It was a good twist, but I don't know that it came together exactly the way that maybe Kojima had intended. Plus, we know the development issues of Metal Gear Solid 5, but the idea is the reason why he sounds different is because you're not really Big Boss. And I remember that Kojima said the reason why he did that was because he said the player was always supposed to be like Snake, right? And in this way, it's like you actually are, like you were made into Snake. It was interesting, it was cool. I liked it. I remember there was a big thing for a while where people thought that you're saying it was fun but stupid. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of Kojima's work, frankly. Because like I saw somebody somebody wrote down in the most literal way like what happens in Death Stranding like in the first like couple of hours. And when I was reading it that way, it sounded so dumb. I'm like, oh my God, that sounds horrifically stupid. But somebody was like, bro, no, if you play the whole thing, there's an explanation for literally everything. But I feel like that's I don't know, that's kind of the Kojima charm though. And that's what I kind of love is it's like he brings, at least with the games he's made thus far, he brings a certain level of, I don't want to call it stupidity because I feel like that's rude, but he brings a level of silliness that also attempts to take itself seriously, where it's like, it actually works. Like he pulls it off. If you think about it too hard, you realize that sounds kind of dumb. But when you're in it in the moment, you're like, this is so cool. It's done so, yeah, it's almost like absurdist art. Yeah, it's very good. But just to KD, just to the point here, I just wanted to say that the thing that really killed me, and I guess maybe if you think about it from a story perspective, it would give it away too quickly, but I really would have loved if at the end of Metal Gear Solid 5, when you discover the real big boss is not you and you were used, essentially, when you hear Big Boss talking, the real Big Boss that is, if they could have got David Hayter to talk then, I would have been like, oh my God, that's so awesome. But they had Kiefer Sutherland talk the whole time. And it just kind of killed me because it was like, if you could have just got David Hayter in there that one time to just basically reveal that he's the real big boss and you were kind of used, that would have been crazy. You couldn't do it in the beginning though, when his face is wrapped up as Ishmael, because that would have given it away too soon. And I felt really bad for David Hayter, man, because I remember when that whole thing happened in like 2015 or 14 and it was revealed that you could tell he was devastated, and I don't blame him, man. Like, I assume these voice actors and actresses, they get attached to playing these characters, and it is a job at the end of the day. But I felt bad where you could tell he was really upset that he was replaced, and it's like, damn. No, I like Kiefer Sutherland, and I think he did do a good job having that kind of voice that you could, that Snake has. But yeah, I don't know. It just, I remember a lot of people were really upset with Kojima doing that. And, the one thing I will say, and I know that I'm basically giving like a quick review of Metal Gear Solid 5 here, which is fine though, because I love Metal Gear. I just want to say before moving on, the Metal Gear Solid 5 was actually, even though it got amazing ratings and like 10 out of 10s and just a high Metacritic score, it was actually pretty divisive within the Metal Gear Solid community. And I think I know why. Because even me, like, for as much as I love Metal Gear Solid 5, I felt like there was something very different about it, about the storytelling and the way Kojima went about, I don't know, like really just the storytelling and the fact that he's like, I want Snake to be kind of more of a silent protagonist. It was kind of the opposite of what you would normally get with a Metal Gear Solid game. With a normal Metal Gear Solid game, like from 1 through 4, there's just so much dialogue. There's so many, like the gameplay really is, and I guess maybe this is where the criticism of Metal Gear Solid 4 in particular, I remember Kojima was criticized very heavily where they were like, dude, Metal Gear Solid 4 is basically a movie with some gameplay in between. I think that's selling it extremely short. I think the gameplay, I loved it. I loved that aspect of Metal Gear, and I feel like in Metal Gear Solid 5, Kojima felt a bit of pressure to kind of make sure that the cutscenes weren't too long, to make sure that there's not too much dialogue, and to relegate most of the dialogue to like, to the cassette player and listening to audio logs and stuff, it makes sense because it's open world and you want to listen to stuff while exploring. But there was just something about the story. I see somebody saying, okay, who got him on an MGS rant right now? There was just something about the story and the way it was told that felt a little bit off. And maybe that was the point, though. It depends on what Kojima's intent was. Because if his intent was the reason why something feels off this time is because you're not actually Big Boss. You're not actually Snake. You're somebody else that believes they're Snake. But yeah, it was so, I love that game. Like, dude, I'm so nervous about the future of Metal Gear Solid and what could go wrong with it in Konami's hands. But also, I gotta say this, guys. Chat, please help me here. Figure this out. Have you guys been paying attention to Hideo Kojima's Japanese Twitter account? Because there's some weird stuff going on over there, man. I mean, he is spamming tweets like I've never seen somebody spam tweets. It's kind of bizarre. And he keeps just saying random things, really short things with like no context. And a lot of it's Metal Gear based, but he's been doing this for like, I don't know, randomly throughout a couple of weeks now, where he's just blowing up his Twitter, only the Japanese account, with just tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet with like minimal to no context. And it's so weird. It's so weird. I don't know why he's like, I don't know if there's something I missed. Because I don't recall him ever doing this before, but it just kind of like was happening, and I've been noticing it. And every time I open up Twitter, I'm literally being bombarded by Kojima's Japanese tweets, and I'm like, what is going on here? Very strange. Very strange. All right. We still have certainly some other topics to go over and discuss. I'm trying to see here what we should move on to next, because there are quite a few things we can discuss here. We could talk about Gotham Knights 30 FPS, really dive deep into that, talk about our expectations at this point in time from AAA developers with the PS5. We could talk about Sony getting ready to go absolutely insane next year, selling 30 million PS5s. We could talk about Haven Studio. We could talk about, let me see here. Well, we already kind of talked about the showcase enough. We could talk about the PS5 Pro rumors. You're saying his tweets are just trolling. He's tweeting stuff like, I'm going to take a bath now. He's definitely alluding to a new game with L Fanning. Yeah, dude, it's very interesting. Somebody wants me to talk about Silent Hill. There ain't nothing to talk about with Silent Hill, man. Do a poll, MBG. Oh yeah, I forgot to do a poll. What should I do a poll on? You know what? I got one. This will be a good one. We do. I'm not even typing anything. My bad. Spelled that. All right, I'll put this out. All right, there we go. I just figured, why not? You know, I'm just curious to see what people may think. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. You're saying do a poll to discuss the next topic. I would, but I feel like, I don't know. People are I don't want to just sit here and kind of wait for because we're gonna get to all of it. I see what you're saying. Dust Golem said that maybe something is happening on October 19th for Konami. I did see that. So again, like I don't know, man. I see people talking like GTA's 25th anniversary is coming up on the 21st. See people talking about Silent Hill on the 19th. We'll see. I'm going to talk about the Gotham Knights thing though here, because I want to dive into this, because there's a ton of outrage for Gotham Knights right now. Okay, there's a ton of outrage for Gotham Knights. Anybody who's here who might not know or may have missed it, just to give you quick context, it's been confirmed that Gotham Knights is locked at 30 frames per second on the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. And this has created a ton of backlash. And I guess the thing that I want to kind of figure out here is how much of this is people overreacting once again. Because like, come on, look, there are people out here, and I think we can all agree, that are making it sound like 30 FPS games are literally unplayable. We have to separate that from the I'm paying $70 for this next gen only game and the expectation that people have with features. And this is where I get I get a little bit flustered, only because there's so much happening at one time, where we see this thing where everybody unanimously is that everybody's dogpiling. And I feel like, yeah, I get that. And sometimes it's necessary, but I don't want to do that, only because I want to talk a little bit deeper. I want to try to just be a little bit more thoughtful about this. So, number one, I think we can all agree that in October of 2022, we are about to be on the cusp of the PS5 being a 2-year-old console, believe it or not, right? Same with the Xbox Series X. I think we can all agree that at this point in time, it's pretty much unacceptable for a AAA game developer releasing a game on these new consoles, right? And claiming that it has to be locked at 30 frames per second. I think we can all agree that's unacceptable, man. And I saw that too. I saw people saying that Plague Tale, apparently Plague Tale Requiem is only 30 FPS. Now, I don't know how much truth there is to this. I haven't really heard anything on that. But it's just kind of crazy to me that we have seen so many other development teams and so many other publishers able to offer, even if it has to be down to 1080p resolution at 60 frames per second. And it's not like this is a small game, man. Like, this is Gotham Knights. This is one of the biggest games, depending on how you view it, that's coming out. And they said that they had to drop the PS4. They said that they had to drop the Xbox One. And people got excited for that because they're like, oh, this is awesome. This means that they're going to be able to try to take full advantage of these consoles and push it a little bit. And it turns out, no, it doesn't. Because here's the scariest part. And this is why I think the outrage for Gotham Knights is justified. Here's the scariest part. People are now pulling up images of Batman. What was the last game that came out in 2015? Arkham Knight? I think that was the one. Batman Arkham Knight came out in 2015, a PS4 game. And there are photos, and it was capped at 30 FPS. There are photos comparing Batman Arkham Knight to Gotham Knights, and Arkham Knight literally looks visually more intensive and impressive than Gotham Knights. And I'm going to be honest right now, guys. Like, this is the type of shit that has to stop. It has to stop, because this is the type of stuff that ruins the reputation of premium AAA games. Okay? When you have a big publisher like Warner Brothers, where money is not an issue. Okay, I'm not saying they have infinite money, but budget, not an issue. When you see them take a property, a DC property, they make a big AAA game, and they say, we expect you, the customer, to pay us $70 for this game. Well, when you come out here and you basically have to explain why you're not able to get this game to offer a feature that literally every other AAA game has offered, but you're going to ask for a AAA price point, it's bullshit, man. It's bullshit, and it has to stop, because it's stuff like that where it's like, I don't care what developers have to say. I saw this tweet from, I presume to be a developer, and I just couldn't believe it, where they were like, if you haven't made a video game before and you're not a video game developer, you should not be able to talk about games. Like, you should not be able to criticize games. And I'm like, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, I literally couldn't. And the problem was, that dude had quite a bit of upvotes. Like, he had a lot of likes. And I'm like, there's a lot of people agreeing with this. This is absurd. That's a fucking absurd notion, right? That's like basically saying, guess what? If you go watch a movie, but you're not involved with the process of making movies in the movie industry, then you can't say shit about it. Like, what the fuck? What? This is like, look, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that we have to be at war at times, not all the time, but we have to be at war as the consumer with video game publishers. Because like we've said with video game publishers, is that if you give them an inch, they will gladly take a mile, and they will not stop. It's our job as a consumer, with our money and with our wallets, and sometimes with our voices, as much as we can. I'm not sure that it makes that big of a difference, but it's our job to keep them in check. The last thing we need are developers also pushing back against the consumers, right? Especially in completely justifiable situations like this. Because here's the reality. Yes, everyone did buy Batman Arkham Knight for PS4, on console, and played that game and loved that game at 30 frames per second. Absolutely, they did. It was a $60 title on PS4. So therefore, that means, right, 7 years later, that means that the next game we buy from the not the same studio, that's set in the same place, we should expect the same thing? And for $10 more and be okay with that? This is what I mean, where it's like, it's backwards, man. Like, I'm not saying the developers should come out here and be like, we're ashamed of ourselves. We can't believe we've let you down. It's not that serious, but it's like, there should be more understanding here. Like, gamers shouldn't have to freak out about this, because it should be obvious. It should be obvious that this should be expected. Like, I'm not going to condemn anybody if they're like, hey, I'm going to still buy it and play it. It's not a big deal to me, the 30 FPS. That's like, I'm not going to condemn you, because you're not, I don't view you as the problem. I just think it's insane that it's like, it's just the fact that the developers have nothing else to say except we can't do it. Like, what? What do you mean you can't do it? Like, I just feel like I really thought at the very least they were going to come out and be like, we're working on it. It's going to come a little bit later. No, they were just like, yeah, we literally can't do it. And let me put it to you this way. At the very least, if you're going to come out and say that it's not as simple as just lowering the resolution and upping the frame rate, fine. But can you explain why it's not that simple? Like, I think a lot of people at this point would love to know why. I don't think that's asking for too much. KD, you're saying, nah, you got to chill, MBG, LOL. People are acting like developing for different SKUs is just copy and pasting code. There's a lot more work involved here. And that's the thing. Look, I'm not calling these developers lazy. I'm not even calling them incompetent. It's not that. It's just, it is a situation where they should be able to read the room. Okay? Because somebody pointed something out to me that I thought, ooh, that's shady. That's shady, and I don't like that. What they pointed out to me was they were like, hey, man, I don't know if people realize this, but it was pretty clear that Warner Brothers Montreal was not planning on discussing this before release. And the only reason they had the notice how there was not like an official statement made or anything. It was on their Discord. It was because clearly people on the Discord were going berserk, and they basically had to strong arm a developer to tell us, is there a 60 FPS mode? And the reason being was because a reviewer, somebody who was actually in the process of reviewing the game, basically came out and was like, yeah, there's no 60 FPS mode here, and I don't know if it's coming. And it got people talking, because that's the thing. Everybody was automatically assuming that, well, yeah, of course there's going to be a 60 FPS mode, because we've reached that point in the life cycle of the PS5 and the Series X where when a AAA game comes out, yeah, you do expect there to be a 60 FPS mode, like as a standard feature. And you could say maybe we're a little bit spoiled, but I don't know, man. The thing that bothers me is that they were seemingly not going to discuss this, and that really sucks, because it's like a lot of people were going to buy this game under the assumption that, of course, there's going to be a 60 FPS mode, because every game has it now, just to find out it doesn't. And it's like, you could tell they're trying to maybe hide it, and I can't blame them. Like, that's what I mean. Is like, yeah, you want to hide it because it's not good, because you're reading the room and you realize that even if there's nothing you can do about it, it's bad news. Bad news. Like, imagine if Sony came out and said, yeah, Ragnarok is locked at 30 frames. Oh my Lord, could you imagine? Could you just fucking imagine what that would look like? Like, for God of War, dude. Even if you're somebody who literally loves playing games at 30 FPS, if that's your preferred way, even people who prefer that would be able to identify, that's not good. That's very bad for this game. And I'm not like, it sucks, man. It's because that's the thing here. It's not like we're talking about some indie $20 game where it's like, oh, okay, whatever. No, like this is a premium. $70 is a lot of money, man. $80 Steam pre-order. Yeah, I don't think people are asking for much, dude. I don't. I'm not saying it's not a lot of work, but it's like you're asking for a lot of money too. But I don't know. I guess at this point, what I will say is that there are probably a lot of people that are like, meh. You know what I mean? This is very likely another one of those situations where we're gonna find out that that Gotham Knights releases and it sells extremely well on the next gen consoles, and it's like, well, if you aren't a politician, you can't criticize politicians. I love it. There you go. There you go. Of course. Oh, and what's scary to me is when I see somebody say that about like, if you're not a developer, you can't criticize video games. Like, dude, that's so dangerous. Like, do you know what you're advocating for right now? Like, do you really know what you're advocating for? Because that's fucking dangerous. Like, that's bad shit right there. You're literally advocating for people being silenced, to not be able to express their feelings or their opinions because it might bother you. Like, shut the fuck up. Like if anybody needs to shut up, it's probably you, because that's the dumbest take I've ever heard. You know, like, people should absolutely be free to criticize what they feel the need to criticize and voice their opinions. Does that mean you're going to hear a lot of dumbass takes? Of course you are, but that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of freedom of speech. Is, yeah, you're going to hear a lot of dumb stuff, but you're going to hear a lot of good stuff too. A lot of necessary stuff. A lot of stuff that people otherwise would have never heard if there was no freedom of speech. That's the point, man. It's insane. It's insane. Getting worked up again over here. Hickzock, you're saying all Naughty God, all Naughty Dog games were 30 FPS and played great. And that's the thing, dude, is like, I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like, we're going to vomit. Like, I'm going to vomit if I have to play a game at 30 FPS. Reality check. If God of War Ragnarok was locked at 30 FPS, you bet your ass I'd still be playing it. And I would say, I do not care that it's 30 FPS. This is a must-play game, and I must play it. I must play it. But I would still definitely criticize Santa Monica and Sony and be like, bro, like, how could you not get a 60 FPS mode here? You know, like, it just feels like it's you're at the forefront here. You should have it. It's, I don't know. And like, I don't look, I'm trying to not be totally unfair to the developers either, because it's like, if it's true that like their hands are literally tied because of their game engine, that's fine, but you should at least offer an in-depth explanation, because clearly a lot of people are very disappointed. And maybe they would feel, if anything, I think it would be a smart thing to do, because if there's an actual technical reason with their engine, I'm not saying that everybody's going to forgive them and be like, oh, okay, it's fine. They're still going to get backlash, but you could save a lot of people from being like, all right, you know, like, I get it, fine. Like, you at least explained why. I just feel in this case, it's like basically just saying it's not that simple. It just comes off as kind of condescending. Like, that's not what you want to do right now. You don't want to condescend your audience that's upset. You want to explain and try to work with them and mitigate the disappointment. That's what I think you should be doing. And they're not doing that. At least maybe they did it while I was streaming right now, but I just think it's, you know, it's understandable why people are so upset. RU46N2 Ray, member for 15 months. You're saying Haven AI is going to change game making. It's going to help shorten the mundane parts of game making and shorten the game making time. It's going to make time to the artist. It's going to make more time for the artist and more time to make the game look better. Yeah, absolutely, man. That's something I talked about in one of my recent videos, and I think it's something we want to pay attention to. They did say it's quite a few years of work out. Like, it's not going to happen overnight, but essentially what we are seeing is PlayStation Studios try to find a way where their talent, the talented developers that have to, their time, like, people are going to be spending, like you said, less time on these mundane, kind of meticulous, but also maybe monotonous development aspects. They're going to have to, they're not going to have to spend as much time on that, and therefore they're going to be freed up to start thinking more about the more important things, about game design, about game innovation, about different things that are going to be more impactful at the end of the day than, oh man, like, I have to spend the next 30 days working on this single asset, and only then can I really start to move on to the next thing, whatever it may be. But it's very early, and I don't know, man. I'm a little bit nervous about this game from Haven Studio, because the more we hear about Haven Studio, the more it sounds to me like this is basically another Dreams. Everything we're hearing about the game that Haven is working on, they say they're working on a AAA live service game, but when they talk about it, they're like, oh, it's a game for the player. The players are going to create. It's very clear, like, this is another scenario where, okay, like, that sounds a lot like Dreams. Speaking of which, what is Sony planning on doing with Media Molecule? What are they planning on doing with them? Because I feel like, I don't know, man. No offense to Dreams, but I feel like Media Molecule has just kind of been not doing anything at all, like, other than just continuing to support Dreams, of course. But I feel like that's a very talented studio that's, I don't know, they're being very underutilized. So I'm really, really curious to see what they end up doing. Let me see. William Aguilar, you're saying sending you cash for standing up for democratically elected republics and freedom of speech. Also, do people really think that they'll wait till next year to show Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy 16 trailers that have been done for months? Well, thank you for that, William. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll always be an advocate for freedom of speech. I mean, I am absolutely a believer as well in, like, freedom of speech, but that doesn't make you free of the consequences that your speech could bring upon you potentially, for sure, but I'm always an advocate for freedom of speech, because to me, it's like, we live in a society today where people do really begin to act like, if you say something that bothers someone else, that they should be stripped of any ability to be able to speak anymore. And that's not how that works. Like, freedom of speech is the idea and the notion that you should be able to tolerate other things that people are saying, even if it's really bad and you don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean you should just cut people's tongues out. Like, you have to have a tolerance to allow that. But as I said though, words can be used. Speech can be used as an effective tool and weapon. And it can, like, evil people have leveraged speech and their tongues to incite some very bad things. So it's not something that should go completely unchecked, but people should be able to speak, right? And it's just, as I said, they should also be able to be prepared for, if you're going to use your words as a tool for something bad, there could potentially be consequences. Nobody's saying you can't say what you want to say. We're just simply saying, some things might happen afterwards if you say that thing, who knows what they could be. But yeah, it's just like anything else in life. It's very nuanced, it's very complicated, and it needs to be treated with respect. I think that's the most important thing. Is I think too often these days, people take very complex things, and I'm guilty of this myself. I think sometimes we all have a tendency to do this, even when we don't realize it. People have a tendency to take very complex things, very complex matters, very complex ideas, and just whittle them down to these very basic, plus and minus signs. And it's never that simple. It's just never that simple. It's not black and white. There's a lot more to it. And I think at the very least, what every person should try to do is respect that. Respect that things are complicated and they're nuanced, and it requires more than just a split second thought and reaction. And too many people are not willing to do that, unfortunately. It's apparently asking too much. But getting back to the games, William, again, see, William, I think it's funny because William Aguilar is going to die on the hill, man. He's like, Final Fantasy 16, Helldivers 2, Showcase is coming, baby. And I feel you, dude. Trust me. Sometimes I'll talk to my wife about it randomly, and I'll start to go on and I'll be like, I just don't get it. Like, there's all the signs. They're all there. It should be happening. And it's not happening yet. So I'm right there with you, William. I definitely feel that it's gonna have to happen. I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I'm all over the place these days, man. I don't know what to think anymore when it comes to when PlayStation's gonna do a show, but I'm always gonna be an advocate for it's gonna happen next week, right? You know what never ceases to amaze me though is anytime I mention a showcase outside of like my podcast, because you guys are like definitely I guess you could say that the group of individuals that are most accepting of me and really like to chill with me. But when I talk about a showcase outside of the podcast, dude, people get so triggered and pissed off. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Katie says, bro, come on, don't bring this Democrat, Republican, freedom of speech mumbo jumbo to the channel. No one is attacking freedom of speech. Focus on the games. It's all good. It's all good, KD. I think everybody knows that this isn't a political podcast. And I try not to bring politics into it because it is complicated and it is nuanced. And I just try to keep it strictly gaming. Waved Max says, MBG, your next hoodie should write showcase, not all right, guys. Showcase coming. ... Yeah, showcase is coming. That would be funny. But yeah, I feel like it's all good. I think Williams just, he's just speaking his opinion here, and that's fine. And so are you, Katie, and that's welcome here. But I think William, as well as everybody else, is aware that this isn't a political podcast. I don't think anybody's coming to Press X podcast for their, like, that's where I get my political opinions and fix. Definitely not. All right. So something I do want to move on to though here, and I want to talk about this. This is going to be a dual topic. Okay. We're going to talk about two topics in one, 2 for 1. We're talking number 1 about Sony striving to sell 30 million units. And here's the thing. Kanye comes to MBG for advice. Oh God. Anyway, I know people they keep hearing me mention Sony wanting to sell 30 million PS5s in 2023. I have a question for you guys. And I'm actually going to change the poll I want to change the poll to this question because I think this is the more interesting question. But just really quick, we have 288 votes on the poll. It's been out for about 30 minutes. I said, should Sony do a PS5 Pro? 48% said yes. 52% said no. All right, so I'm going to end that poll, but I want to put out another one, okay? And I think this one's the more interesting one. All right, here we go. I'm really interested to see what you guys think about this because I'm putting this out because that's the thing that I need to really drive home here with this news. Now, here's a couple of things we have to understand, okay, with the news that that Sony is planning to produce 30 million units in one fiscal year. 2 things with this. Number 1, it's currently just a report. We're going to have to wait for Sony to do, I think, their yearly investor call before they make that clear that that's what they're going for. But it sounds like it's to be believed it's coming from Tom Henderson, and his sources are very good. So specifically, Sony's looking to sell 30.5 million units. Ship 30.5 million units. Let me give you some context. See, this is the part where I think you guys are going to be quite surprised. I wrote down here, a report from reliable insider Tom Henderson claims that Sony is planning to ship 30 million PS5s in fiscal year 2023. Currently, pay attention to this part. Currently, the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 4 hold the record for most consoles shipped in a single fiscal year, with the PS2 in fiscal year 2003 shipping. This is the PS2, guys. The PS2's best year, 22.5 million units shipped. The best year for the PS4 was fiscal year 2017 at 20 million units. So just sticking with PlayStation, Sony believes that the PS5 is going to next year, between March 2023 and March 2024, sell about 8 million more than the PS2's best year. Let that sink in. But it gets better. The Nintendo Switch currently holds the world record for 28.8 million consoles shipped in fiscal year 21. So as you can see, this is a huge deal for the PS5 if this report is true. On top of that, we saw a 400% increase in sales, or availability, I should say, in September. So this is crazy, dude. The idea that Sony thinks they're going to sell more PS5s next fiscal year than the Switch did in its peak. And I'll tell you right now, if Sony manages this, okay? If Sony manages to do this, I 100% believe the PS5 will surpass the PS2. And I think the PS5, you're saying they think they're going to ship, not sell. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, is any units that they ship, they're going to sell. If Sony manages this, I think the PS5 could go on to be the best-selling console of all time and surpass the PS2, because that's crazy. Like, that's insanity. That's insanity. They think that they're going to push more units out than the PS2, which is the highest selling console of all time, and even the Switch. Now, here's the thing that I want to emphasize with this as well, because some people I see like a lot of people say like, nah, dude, I don't believe that's going to happen. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Here's the thing. If this is true, that this is what Sony's aiming for, if they're aiming for this, and this, we find out with their next like financial report that that's their plan for the next fiscal year, well, they don't just pull that number out of a hat, right? Like, if Sony believes that they can sell 30 million units, there's a good chance that there's data telling them that, oh, we could do this. We could definitely do this. Because they're not just going to come out and say that. Now, of course, they could fall short, but the thing that gets me most excited, and I express this, and this is exactly why I'm like, dude, anybody who thinks, look, at this point, it doesn't matter when Sony has a show. It doesn't matter when Sony has a show. If they have it this year, and next week, or the week after that, if they have it in December, if they have it in February or March of next year, it does not matter when they have a show. What you can rest assured of is that, my God, Sony's next show is going to fucking obliterate. It's going to be like a tsunami, dude, because there's only one way, as I said, that Sony achieves this goal. And that's not through, marketing deals. That's part of it. The only way Sony does this is they just have a absolute barrage of just insane stuff, dude. It's too much at once. Oversaturation in a good way. You're saying that's arrogance? No, that's definitely arrogant. And look, Sony could be humbled very quickly. Like, let's look at the other side of this. I'm being very optimistic. What if Sony falls very short of this? What if it turns out that the hype of the PS5 dies out dramatically in 2023 and they only hit like half those numbers? Yeah, that could be bad, and that could happen, but it's just like, I feel like we just learned something pretty interesting about the PS5, right? We just learned that the PS5 is currently the 4th best-selling console in the UK. And people might think to themselves, like, is that really that good, though? Like, fourth place? Well, when you consider the 3 consoles that are ahead of it, number 1 is the Wii, okay? Number 2 is the PS4. And number 3, somehow, I don't know how, the PS3 is number 3 in the UK. But the more important thing here to highlight is that the reason why 4th place in the UK within 2 years, or the first 2 years of this console being out, is a big deal is because, dude, you're talking about a console that is not on store shelves. You're talking about a console that people have to line up virtually to be picked to purchase. Okay? This is not a console that people can buy, that they couldn't buy for the past year and a half. All right? So the fact that they're still able to manage 4th place for a console that's practically non-existent for people to buy is impressive. But what's even more impressive is that it was revealed that the PS5 for the first 2 years of a console's life cycle in the UK has made the most revenue. In other words, people do not mind paying money. I'm not saying this should give Sony an excuse to be greedy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, just like when we saw that the slight price increase of the PS5 in some regions, well, it's slight, more severe other places. I know people want to believe in their mind that, like, oh man, this is so stupid. This is going to kill Sony. This is going to kill the PS5. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. I know I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that it's good for the consumer, but you don't know what you're talking about. People do not care. They're going to buy the console, and it's Sony understands, in my opinion, the most important thing. And this is why I can never be that angry at Sony. And there are times where I do get upset with them, but the thing that Sony understands, and I'm telling you, it's exactly why the PS5 is in such high demand, is they understand the only way you sell a console, a premium console, and this is a concept that Microsoft does not follow because they don't need to with Game Pass. The only way you sell a premium price console is by offering awesome games. Games that you can probably, in most cases, only get on that console. But like, I know people talk about, a lot of people buy these consoles just to play Madden or FIFA or Call of Duty. But let me seriously ask you, what would the PS5 look like right now in terms of sales, in terms of demand, if there was no Spider-Man Miles Morales, if there was no Demon Souls, if there was no Horizon Forbidden West, if there was no Returnal, if there was no Ratchet and Clank, if there was no God of War Ragnarok, if there was no GT7? Don't get me wrong, the PS5 would probably still be doing well, but it would be doing, I'm telling you, it would not be doing nearly as well. These exclusive games, these first-party games that will probably eventually go to PC, they matter, man. They do matter. And I know that people want to talk about, like, well, who cares if God of War is going to come to PC? You know who cares? Millions of people care. Millions of people that are not going to wait to play it on PC, that are going to buy a PS5 to play it, that don't care if it comes to PC in a year. They want it now on their PS console. Those are the millions of people that care. That's who cares. And Sony knows this, man. And I just think that it's so interesting to watch Sony walk this line where it can be frustrating at times, but it's interesting how they are operating with surgical precision. And I don't think that people see that. Why would they? It's not your job to oversee the meticulous details of Sony's business, but they are operating with surgical precision here. And everything, it always comes back down to the same thing, though. And it's simple. It's to grow the PlayStation brand. And the thing that I appreciate most about PlayStation is that they truly do seem to have a respect for the console market, because I see I see some of these PlayStation guys, and there's not many of them, but I see some of them where they freak out, man. They're like, Sony doesn't give a shit about the PS5 player. They're just giving out all our games to PC. They're giving PC players the best versions, and they're going on and on. And it's like, dude, I don't think you have to take a step back and really evaluate. Do you really think Sony doesn't care about the console gamer or the console market? Like, dude, Sony could, if anything, in 2022, Sony has more reason than ever before to drop a game like God of War Ragnarok day and date onto PC, and it would not hurt them. It would not hurt them. They have more reason than ever before, but they're not going to. They're not going to, because they still see the importance of giving people who are interested in consoles that reason to care. And what it comes down to is, look, again, I don't want to phrase it in a way that makes it seem like, oh, Sony's our friend. You know, we're their console gamer friends. No, it's not that. And I know it's not that. What it comes down to is the console gamer is sticky. The console gamer is loyal. The console gamer probably spends the most money, because that's what I've always said. This is what matters about the console. What matters is that it is expensive. And I know people talk about, there's an incoming recession and people are going to be tight on money. And that's true. And everybody's going to feel the effects of it. But that doesn't mean that suddenly no one's going to be able to afford to buy a PS5. That doesn't mean that suddenly people are going to stop buying games and playing games. That's not what any of that means. Game Pass exists. That's not stopping people from still buying PlayStations and paying for their games. There have been instances, and we're gonna be seeing it with probably a Plague Tale Requiem, where that game's available for $10 technically on Game Pass, but you're still probably gonna see a million. I don't know how well the game. To be honest, I have no idea how well the game's gonna sell, but you're gonna see a lot of people on PlayStation paying full price for that. And you better believe that the devs value that. They absolutely value that. They do. And this is where I'm saying, like, when somebody makes an investment into a console, that's exactly what it is. It's an investment. It's not the console market and the console business model has never been about, let's bring it to you. Let's just get you in the door. That's not what it's been about. It's been about, we need to create something that's appealing. We need to create something that is not low effort. We need to really incentivize you to pull out $500, $400 of your hard-earned money and buy this console, and then also buy games for it. This is how the console market works. And this is why I'm not an advocate for the subscription model, because the subscription model, and I'm not even talking about Game Pass, dude. I know people are thinking I'm talking about Game Pass, dude. I'm even talking about what Sony's doing at PS Plus Extra and Premium, right? Like, I don't care for the subscription model, because to me, if I'm not making an investment, if I'm not putting my own, if I'm not taking the risk, why would they take the risk? That's the question here. If I'm not willing to take the risk on a $500 console and a $70 game, then why would the company who's trying to extract that money from me, why would they feel the need to take the risk? You see what I'm saying? It's a give and take. It's a two-way street here. You know, in order for me to feel like I'm getting something of quality in return, well, that only happens one way, man. Quality isn't something that's just, well, if we say it's high quality, then I guess it is. That's not how it works. Quality only comes from investment, man. It does. Like, it comes from investment. It comes from experience. It comes from something that I've always said, and I don't mean to kind of bring it back down to this, but it's always worth mentioning. Quality comes from something that you just simply can't really put a price on necessarily. Johnny, you're saying not everybody wants to buy $70 games or even buy games at all. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. And that's why I'm saying, like, the options are nice. It is nice to have options. I may be an advocate for quality, and I still may be an advocate for like premium products, but I'm also an advocate for options. And exactly, Big Nabs, you're saying not everyone wants to rent games either. Exactly. You're saying high quality games are the smallest part of the gaming industry. Yeah, that I don't know if that's true or not, but I tried to tell people, like, I don't think we ever have to worry about quality single player games, because even the publishers that have the most incentive and the most reason to not do it, to not do single player games, they still are, because that's the thing, man. The market is there. White Umbrella, you're saying, so MBG, so why don't these, oh man, I think I got to get a new chair already. This thing is killing my back for some reason. Damn. Sorry. Oh man. All right. I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I'm getting old. You're saying, so why don't these purchasing versus subscription principles still apply when it comes to music, movies, and TV? Well, dude, that's the problem, man. If you look around, if you see what people are complaining about in those industries today, it's quality control. People are complaining about quality control and how it seems like it's getting harder and harder to discover something of actual quality. It seems like most people are trying to stick to the tried and true, because look, I'm going to be honest, I'm not as involved with the music and the movie industry. I still am, but I am pretty much the definition of a casual moviegoer, of a casual music listener. I'm just not as deeply entrenched into that as I am games, but I have a feeling there's a reason for that. Like, there's still quality out there, man. Like, you could still get very good quality music. You could still get very good quality movies, but this idea of oversaturation, of just oversaturation, has it's made itself a core pillar of all of these other industries, to where now it's more saturated than ever before, and it gets crazy, dude. Like, it's you can see that things become somewhat watered down. It's why, like, dude, I've been watching Marvel, and I've been continuing the Marvel marathon, and I feel so sick. Like, I'm like, it's too much, man. Like, every time I'm looking, there's another show with 6 more episodes, 9 episodes, where half of them are fucking filler, and it's like, please just stop, right? And I feel like that method right there is what's starting to creep into everything. It's everywhere, even with music. I feel like music artists these days, I could be wrong, but I noticed that the bands I listen to and the artists that I follow, not all of them, but I've noticed a lot of them are beginning to, like, now I got to release a record every 2 years, every 3 to 2 years, where it used to be 5 or 6, and it wasn't as rushed. Or now I have to make sure my record is either a double record, or there's more songs on it, or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's starting to feel like a bit much with everything, and we don't need that. I feel like we don't need that all the time. I feel like in some instances it works, but it's like, it's why I'm not buying Call of Duty this year, where it's like, I can't. It's too much. It's too much. I spent too many years buying the same game. And even games as a service. Games as a service is like the perfect blend of games as a service are the exact thing that we're discussing and we're identifying with TVs and movies, where it is oversaturation and it is never ending, but it's also dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap. In fact, most of the time it's free. And it's like, I don't have a problem with that, as long as that's not taking over, and that's why we do worry about Sony's live service approach. Subtext, you're saying that's such an entitled position, though. You don't want to pay for games, then there's consequences. This isn't a charity. It's tough, man. It's like, I understand that things change and business models change, but MBG, answer this. Why does it cost $1,000 in real money to earn enough points to buy a $70 game? Because Sony absolutely does not want anybody getting games for free. And the only way you're going to get one game for free is if you spend $1,000. Oh, man. MBG, I get, I missed the super chat. James Walker, you're saying they need to sell all those PS5s for their live service games. Well, of course they do. Of course they do. They need to sell the PS5s for their live service games, and they're going to release them on PC as well. And that's interesting, man. That's a new avenue for Sony that they're really going into. Wild Wolf says, MBG, I get what you're saying, but you have to realize that gaming hasn't been this popular before. And that's true. And that's the only thing I'm advocating for. Again, I like options. I get worried about what gaming can ultimately become as it becomes more popular, right? Where there's more and more casuals. And even casuals I don't have a problem with. I just don't like that businesses, because of their end goal, which is make the most amount of money, unfortunately, sometimes the easiest way to make the most amount of money is simply to appeal to the lowest common denominator that does not care that much. And the people who do care, the people who are most passionate, sometimes it does get to a point where you have to take a back seat. And that's the big worry with PlayStation, right? Where Microsoft already made it clear that we're going to appeal to the most common denominator, right? With Game Pass. And so did Nintendo. Has already been there from day one with, basically being more child friendly. And now Microsoft is there with Game Pass by being cheap, by being super accessible and everywhere. Sony is now deciding, think about this. You have Nintendo, who is, they have the younger audience and the younger market. Okay. That's what Nintendo has. And then you have Microsoft, where they have the cheap, cheap subscription service into the ecosystem. So now Sony's decided, well, we need a piece of this pie as well. And the only way we're going to get that piece is by now we're going to be the live service guys. You see, and that, I mean, look, I am excited to see Sony's live service games. Like, I want to see The Last of Us Online. I want to see what they do at Twisted Metal and other secret games they have in the works. I just, dude, I don't want to see Sony lose their way of I don't want to see them ever abandon. It's unthinkable now, but things can change. I don't want to ever see them abandon quality single player titles. And I don't think they're going to. In fact, I know they're not going to, but it just would be a very sad day if it's like, well, Sony has a couple of successful live service games and they're making so much money for Sony that, maybe the investment into live service is going to get bumped up to 65, maybe even 70%. And the investment into single player is going to drop to around 35, maybe 30% because it's a lot more risky. And that's what I don't want to see. And that's why I advocate for balance, and I advocate for Sony being just always aware of, it's not even Sony. It's not even Sony. Because the truth is Sony they don't care what I or anybody has to say, really. It's about the PlayStation fan base. Like, the thing that I like to speak to when it comes to the PlayStation fan base is I like the fact that what has made PlayStation successful and what has made it what it is today is that fan base that when they see a new single player game, they see a quality title, they go out and they support it. They support it, man. And I'm going to be real right now. I'm not trying to make this a PlayStation versus Xbox thing, but this is why I left Xbox, dude. Xbox players did not support the stuff that Microsoft was doing. Now, I'm not blaming Xbox players. Because as somebody who did go out and try to support it, Quantum Break, for example, I loved the effort, man. Like, I loved the effort. Rise, Son of Rome, I love the effort. And I'm going to be honest, I think a game like Rise got kind of an unfair shake. Like, that was a good game. And it was really weird to see people kind of coming out and being like, this is a mid game. This is like a 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10. I'm like, look, I know it's not like necessarily on the same level. You're saying it was hot garbage? I don't think so, dude. It was a pretty good game. Like, I'm telling you, I think a lot of people who are fans of single player games, like the combat got repetitive and stuff, but a good example is like Guardians of the Galaxy is regarded as a really high quality single player game, but the combat is like almost mind numbingly simple, right? And you're playing it for the story, you're playing it for the visuals, for the characters, and to see how everything unfolds. I feel like a game like Rise Son of Rome was very similar, but it didn't get, I don't think it got a fair shake, man. I think that it was the negativity surrounding Xbox at the time. But that was a good game, and it's like it's a shame that it didn't get any success. Like, it just wasn't a successful game in the eyes of Microsoft. And then you get a game like Quantum Break, where it's another single player story driven game where they're putting a lot behind it. And I admit, I think Quantum Break kind of fell somewhat flat, but it was doing some interesting things and it was trying. And this is where it's like, dude, you can't, I know I get mad at Microsoft, but I was there and I saw like how it just failed, dude. Yeah, Sunset Overdrive, it just failed. And I'm not blaming the Xbox fan base necessarily, but I just can't help but wonder, like, what would it have been like if Quantum Break released on PlayStation as a PlayStation exclusive? How much different would it be? You know, what about Rise? What about Sunset Overdrive? How much different would it be? And, you know, I don't know. It's Microsoft was basically put in a position where they say they're still making like AAA single player games. And I think they are, you know, but I don't know. I just don't know that Microsoft doesn't have the same type of incentive, I think, to invest as heavily into these massive AAA single player games as Sony does, because when Sony does it, right? Like when Sony announces a new AAA single player IP, there's just a different energy around it, right? Like, let's just say Santa Monica Studio. When Santa Monica Studio, Cory Barlog, when they announced their new AAA, assuming it's a single player game IP, there's a different energy around it, man. Like, that game is going to, it's a new IP and it's a massive risk, but you just know that a massive portion of the PlayStation fan base is going to support that game. It's going to support that game. And that's what I'm speaking to here. That's what I'm speaking to. It is the culture, man. And that's the thing that I know it's going to sound dramatic. And I do not mean this as in like, we have to fight Xbox and we have to fight Nintendo and we have to fight PC. I don't mean like that. But that culture, I think, has to be somewhat protected and preserved in this climate where now more than ever, it's live service. Now more than ever, it's microtransactions. Now more than ever, it's mobile. Now more than ever, it's, pay less and get less, I just think it has to be, kind of preserved to a degree, because if it starts to dwindle and that culture starts to erode and it starts to become a thing of the past. And that's what bothers me, is like, some people kind of talk about it like, oh, you're stuck in the mud and you're in the past. It's like, dude, like, no, I don't think so. I think it needs to exist. I do. So anyway, I'm getting really long-winded here. I'm gonna have to actually wrap this podcast up soon. I did that thing again where I didn't eat enough. And now I'm like actually getting stomach pains because I'm so damn hungry. I'm actually swallowing air accidentally. I should probably drink some water. That's what happens when I start ranting, man. I start swallowing air. Wow. I just realized I have not taken a sip of water in 3 hours and 45 minutes. Not good. Not good. You know what? Let me get one more in. All right. Hydration break. Much needed. There we go. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you have to witness all this right now. KD, you're saying, all right, bro, you know I got to ask, when are you going to stop playing yourself and play God of War and play God of War 3? You can't be lost if they bring someone back like Athena/Zeus. Bro, I'm about to just watch a playthrough at this point. Would that satisfy? See, I feel like that still wouldn't satisfy you, KD. I feel like I could come back next week and be like, I watched an entire moment-to-moment playthrough of God of War 3, ate some had a bucket of popcorn while I was watching it. It was great. And you'd still be like, nah, man, nah. You'd be like, nah, man. This isn't interesting. You can't protect culture, MBG. It's just a moment in time. Look at Vanilla WoW release. It was different because everything and everyone had changed. That's good. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is true, man. That is true. I can't. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Pretty insightful. Wait, is this true? Masahiro Ito is making a countdown on Twitter. How long is the countdown for? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be paying I get this feeling, guys. I get this feeling that something's gonna happen this upcoming week. I'm not saying you should feel that way. You're saying there's someone that turned the God of War 1 through 3 games into a big movie on YouTube. Damn, maybe I should watch that. I feel like I came across that actually. Basically all the cutscenes and gameplay moments that are important. Yeah, maybe I could do that. But I'm not saying anybody else should feel the way I feel. Like, I'm not saying, hey guys, prepare for something to happen next week. But I just get this feeling in my gut that something's gonna happen next week. I feel like it's like William Aguilar brought up multiple times that there's just too much stuff lying on the table right now, and there's too many teases. There's too many it's more likely that MVG is inhaling copium. Dude, I probably am, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm on massive amounts of copium right now. But help, come on. It's not like I don't have. It's not like we don't have any evidence whatsoever. KD, you're saying Sony still needs to do a state of play for a God of War Ragnarok demo. Thank you. You actually brought up something I meant to bring up earlier, like way early in the podcast. What's going on with that? Like, guys, I'm telling you that it's very strange that Sony has not done a state of play for God of War. I know there are people who are like, oh, well, we don't need to see it. It doesn't matter what you think we need or don't need. It's very strange. Sony has always done state of plays. You want to talk about big story-driven games where people are like, oh, they're going to give too much away. They did a freaking state of play for The Last of Us Part 2. They did a state of play for The Last of Us Part 2, people. Like, it's very weird they have not done one yet. So, hear me out. I think, you already know when I say this, it's just something stupid going to come out of my mouth. Something is going to happen with Sony eventually, end quote, MBG 2022. Yeah. What I think, I know you're saying they don't really need one, but again, like, whether it's needed or not, you have to see the strangeness here. It's like, why not? Like, so you do a state of play for literally every other game. You even do a state of play for Hogwarts Legacy, but you don't do one for God of War? What? They even did a state of play for Horizon Forbidden West a damn year before the game launch. Now, the one thing I could believe that would make sense is if somebody was like, they're too pressed for time, like they don't have the time to take to cut out and like construct a state of play because they have to just make sure everything's ready to go for launch. That is believable. Like, basically, if it's like we couldn't do a state of play because we just literally don't have the time, you know, but the game went gold. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. So here's what I think could happen. And I'm gonna just allow me to have this hope. and inhale this hopium for next week, because if it doesn't happen next week, then there's no more hopium after that. It's gone. At that point, it's all right, full steam ahead, God of War, let's go. I think a showcase could be announced next week, and part of that showcase will be a extended, relatively extended, not like 15 minutes, but maybe like 7-8 minute gameplay demo of God of War Ragnarok. Hence why there is no God of War Ragnarok State of Play, because that's where it's going to show up. That's what I think. I think we could get an announcement of a showcase for the end of October, and God of War will be part of that showcase, just like Miles Morales, the only other game that didn't get a State of Play. The only other game that didn't get a State of Play showed up at a not a State of Play, at a showcase with a 7 or 8 minute, 8.5 minute gameplay demo. So, you know, I think that people are wondering if Sony is ever planning on kind of showing. Oh, by the way, RU46 N2 Ray, he says, Discord game God of War party. Yeah. I think people are wondering if Sony's ever going to start showing like extended gameplay demos at their proper events and showcases again. And that's the thing, is like they will do that. Like they have done that more recently with Miles Morales. It's a matter of, I think, timing more than anything else. So that's what I think. I think an announcement could happen this upcoming week. If not, look, if a showcase announcement doesn't happen this upcoming week, then again, I'm letting it go completely, because at that point, it's not happening. And if it does, it will literally come out of the sky and no one will see it coming and no one will know when. But it is baffling. I will say, I agree with William Aguilar here. It's quite baffling. Like, where's Helldivers 2? This trailer's been done for months. The game is ready to be revealed. It's been ready to be revealed. Where's more Spider-Man 2? It's been over a year since we've seen anything or heard anything about Spider-Man 2. Where's that Final Fantasy 16 trailer? Where's PSVR 2? Where's Kojima's next game that he's clearly teasing? I know everybody's saying that he's teasing for the Game Awards. Guys, again, Kojima, last week, because it's Sunday. It's the beginning of a new week here in the US. Last week, he put out a picture of himself. He was editing a trailer. Again, he was editing. And he only does this when he's getting ready to release a new trailer. People are saying he's going to be at the Game Awards. Guys, I don't know, man. Like, don't you think it's a little too soon for Kojima to be teasing his next game for, you know, just to be announced at the Game Awards? Like, we're like, what, 50-something days away from the Game Awards? Or maybe that, something like that. We're a ways away from the Game Awards. The Game Awards are not happening until December 8th. I just feel like it's a little too soon. It's a little too soon to be putting pictures out of Elle Fanning and showing off your, maybe not. Maybe this is going to be an extended, drawn out Game Awards reveal, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. I'm so tired. I'm so tired with Kojima and Silent Hill, and Death Stranding 2. And it's like, it'll just be a nice day when we can have some answers finally. I mean, you know, it's just a prominent Japanese studio. So, who do you think the prominent Japanese studio is that's making Silent Hill, guys? How many prominent Japanese studios are there that could be making Silent Hill? Because we got the latest rumor that apparently Team Silent is involved. Do you think that's what it is? It's like Team Silent, that's the studio, that's the prominent Japanese studio? Capcom, From Software, Joaquin Productions. Yeah, I love it. Boca Studio, Konami and Blue Box Studios, Team Caraman. What is Team Silent? Team Silent is basically the original Silent Hill team, development team under Konami that made Silent Hill, I believe 1 through 3. I don't think they worked on 4, or not like the original team members. Katie, you're saying, I hope the trailer Kojima was working on wasn't the kind of funny new studio reveal trailer that he introed. LOL. Bro, I feel like you just did me in there, bro. I'm like, oh my god, that was a thing that happened. Yes, you're right. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's what it was, man. I feel like that's like, that would be such a stupid thing to tease out. No offense to Kind of Funny, but like, really, really, man, come on. William Aguilar, thank you, man. I appreciate all the super chats, guys. I really, really do. They mean a lot to me. Because it's always like, I know it sounds, I don't try to be that person that's always like, thank you, because it gets a little, I know it gets a little bit old, but you know, it's very humbling and very, it's very touching, as I never use that word, but really to know that like you guys are the reason why I can keep doing this show, and I love doing it, man, and means a lot, really does. But William, you're saying Death Stranding IP is owned by Sony. So when Death Stranding 2, which is connected to the Silent Hill multiversally via strands, it is first revealed, it will most likely be at a PlayStation show, then more in depth at the Game Awards. So that's the thing, William. I feel like there's gonna be some look, I'm gonna present to you guys 2 scenarios here, and you tell me what you think is most likely, okay? I would put this in a poll, but I feel like it's a bit wordy and complex, so I don't know if I'll be able to. So when it comes to Hideo Kojima's next PlayStation game reveal, there are simply only one of 2 ways it's going to be revealed. Okay? There's only one of 2 ways. One, it's going to be just a simple, straightforward reveal. This is my new game. And this is what it is, and look forward to more information in the coming months, right? Or it's going to be something very kind of like over the top and not straightforward, and something that takes people for a ride before you get to the actual destination, which is, this is what the game is. So I'm just wondering, which direction do you think Kojima Productions is going to go in with Sony here? Now, Kojima himself did just meet with the 2 head marketers of Sony. Not just 2 executives at Sony, the 2 head marketers of Sony, which is pretty big deal. He'll reveal he's doing another podcast. Yeah, so if you think it's just going to be a simple, straightforward reveal, just type 1 in the chat. If you think it's going to be a more complex kind of labyrinthian, like, you know, and my cats are fighting, reveal, type 2 in the chat. I'm curious to see what you have to say. That's awesome. Man, that's all it took. Just one swipe from Lay, and Boss is like, you know what? I'm out. This ain't worth it. I see more people typing in 2 in the chat than typing 1. I see a lot. Somebody says 3. I don't know what 3 would be. Yeah, I'm honestly, I feel like it's going to be 2. I just don't see it happening, man. I just don't see, after all this time and after all this secrecy and after all the rumors and after all the crazy stuff, just Kojima coming out, yep, here we go. It's Death Stranding 2. Here's the first trailer. Yep, that's it. I just don't see it. Like, I feel like there's going to be some, I don't know. I could be wrong. Like, it's worth noting that Kojima's probably stretched thinner these days than he ever has been. He's working on multiple projects. He's a very busy man. So it could simply be that he doesn't have the the time or the bandwidth anymore to really go the extra mile for like a really crazy, insane reveal that messes with people. That could be a possibility for sure. Because he definitely didn't do that with Xbox, which is funny to think. Like with Xbox, it was literally as straightforward as it gets, where it's like, I am Hideo Kojima. I am partnered with Xbox. We are making a cloud game. This will be a very unique and interesting game, and it will come out eventually. Goodbye. It's like painfully straightforward. And I just feel like, is he really going to do that with Death Stranding 2, where it's like, it's me again, Hideo Kojima. I'm here to announce a sequel to Death Stranding 2. Here is the trailer for Death Stranding 2. Enjoy. I mean, it could be that simple, but I don't know. I feel like I'll put it to you this way. I feel like if it was that simple, if Kojima's next game reveal was going to be that simple and not something kind of crazy and well thought out, I feel like why would he need to meet in person with the two head marketers of Sony Interactive Entertainment? Don't you think that's like a little bit over the top? If you're just going to drop a trailer in a showcase, like that's what you're going to do. You're going to meet with the two head, it's like, maybe they had to meet with him to make sure he's not planning on doing anything crazy. No, you already know what's going on. You already know why the two head marketers of Sony paid a visit to Kojima, because they had to figure out, they're like, so how do we reveal to the world that you are Hassan Karaman? That's why they're meeting with him. They have to really lock in their plan, where it's like, okay, so the time has come. We got to reveal that you were actually Blue Box Game Studios the whole time. You were actually Hassan Karaman the whole time. Hassan Karaman was a paid actor. So how do we reveal this? We need to really nail this because we only get one chance. That's why they met up, clearly. God, man. We've reached 4 hour. Every time I hit the 4 hour mark of the podcast, it's like a bell rings. It chimes. It's like, it's time. It's Blue Box time. Once again, it's Silent Hill time. Once again. Yeah, that's funny. That's good stuff, man. Hold on one sec here, guys. I'm texting Kojima right now. Just kidding, of course. What about those necklines? Yeah. I don't know. I want to say this though, guys. Like, I want to say this about Kojima teasing out Elle Fanning, or not teasing out, but like revealing that Elle Fanning is in the game. Specifically, the images that he posted of Elle Fanning doing poses. I will admit, it really is making me think it's going to be Death Stranding 2, because there's no denying that the poses she was making, you can like kind of find them in the game. Like, people were pointing out like images and saying like, these are the poses that Lou or BB does in Death Stranding. And I don't know, man. I'm thinking like, I guess maybe she's going to be. But I think the thing we have to also acknowledge with Death Stranding, because William, with his latest super chat here, I do think that there is more to the Silent Hill, the Death Stranding universe. I do think so. I do think there's more to the Death Stranding universe, where there's like, I think that they could kind of take Death Stranding 2 in a very, very dramatically different direction from what we saw in Death Stranding 1. It could be almost like a completely different game. They just say it's set in the Death Stranding universe. I could see that. You're saying her hands looked oily too. Maybe that is just my weird imagination. I did kind of notice that. I'm going to be honest. Like, it could have just been the lighting, and it like she had her hands up, and I did like kind of notice. I'm like, why do her hands look like they have either black smudges on them or something like that? And you're right, dude. Like, I thought I was kind of crazy because I was like, no, that looks a little maybe her hands just look a little strange in this picture. It's the lighting potentially, and it still could be, but yeah, you can't help but consider that that's pretty prominent Death Stranding imagery. But I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, I'm gonna lock it in here. 4 hours and 5 minutes into the podcast. It's going to be ending at any minute now. But I do want to lock it in just in case something does happen this week. You know what? Hold on. I can't lock it in yet because I have to end this poll and do one more poll. Everybody who's here, make sure you vote on this next poll because I'm ending the podcast soon. So I said, do you think the PS5 can surpass the PS2 in lifetime sales? 51% said yes. 48% said no out of 383 votes. So my next poll will be... give me a second to put this poll out on it. I could do... All right, here we go. Vote, everybody who's here right now. I want you to vote on this. Make sure you vote in the poll because I just want to see where it goes. So I'll keep the podcast going for a couple more minutes. And while you're at it, please hit that like button as well. Hit that like button as well. This isn't even a harder poll. It's so cool doing these polls live because I could just I'm literally watching it just shift live. It's pretty cool. I like it. Man, I am... Let me, and I want to say this too. I do also think it's Silent Hill. Oh my god, I keep saying I can't even say it. I think it's Silent Hill 2 as well. I meant to say Death Stranding 2. I've been talking too long. I do think it's Death Stranding 2 as well. But the one thing here, the thing that bothers me a little bit is, doesn't it? I feel like this is just strange. I feel like this is not normal for Hideo Kojima, and like, it's just not normal to feel like you automatically know, like, oh yeah, that's his next game. Like, they don't do that. Like, I feel like that's not what Kojima does. William says you don't have an option for Death Stranding 2 and Silent Hill are the same / connected. William, I feel like that's kind of crazy though, man. Like, I feel like that would be because I feel like most people don't think that. And if that's true, that would be like an insane revelation. It would be an insane revelation. It would be a very interesting one though. Here's one. Do you think the Death Stranding universe is also in the same universe as Metal Gear Solid? What do you think about that? That one I'm not so sure about. So right now there's 113 votes. It seems like pretty much everybody's anticipating Death Stranding 2. Everybody's anticipating Death Stranding 2. No, different universe, unless Sony buys Konami. Well, that would be crazy if they were connected. It would be. Isn't there a reference to it in Death Stranding Director's Cut? There actually is, yeah. It's a pretty heavy nod to it, which is cool. Definitely cool. Well, yeah, it seems like this poll definitely has went one way. So let me ask you. I want to ask you guys this real quick. All right. Only because I noticed that only 18% of you who voted right now, it's only been out for 3 minutes, but only 18% right now voted for Silent Hill, and that's actually in last place. So I just want to bring this up because I want to see what explanations you guys might give to help sway me. So if Kojima Productions was never working on Silent Hill, then why is it that VGC reported that a prominent Japanese developer that they would not name was working on the next mainline Silent Hill game? And then shortly after that, Gamatsu, like a couple months later, said that the next mainline Silent Hill game is being done by Kojima Productions. Where do you think that comes from? You know what I'm saying? Where do these reliable sites get that information from for it to just be totally untrue? You know what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to be conspiracy theorist right now. It's just, it's so like, don't you think that if Kojima Productions wasn't working on Silent Hill, that's definitely not something that would be floating around in circles of yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. You're saying Christoph Gans, the director of the upcoming Silent Hill movie, why did he mention Kojima in his interview? It's like, why won't Kojima's name leave? Some saying clickbait, okay, or hope that would happen. Yeah, but that's the only thing is like they're kind of. The strangest thing to me, I want to know why VGC wouldn't reveal the name of the studio. Like you're purposely hiding it. Like why? You know, like maybe they didn't actually know, but I don't know. Because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, what if Sony made a new studio, formed a new studio in Japan? What if Sony formed a new studio in Japan, a new first party studio that they haven't announced yet, and they hired actual talent from like the original Team Silent and other industry veterans in this Japanese studio? What if they like struck a deal with Konami where they're like, yo, you know, let's license Silent Hill. We'll get this studio to make the next mainline Silent Hill game. I don't know. It's a bit far-fetched, but it makes you wonder, like, because I when I think of like prominent Japanese studio working on Silent Hill, there really aren't any. There just isn't. And that's why I'm just so confused. And here's the thing. Even somebody like Dust Golem on Twitter, not trying to bring too much attention to them, but this, like, he literally leaked out actual images of like concept art of the next Silent Hill game, and he got copyright strike. Like, he clearly has a really good, like, he knows what's going on, and he keeps saying he doesn't want to, like, he won't say who's making the next mainline Silent Hill. And this is what I'm saying is like, how the fuck is it not out yet? Sorry to swear completely unnecessarily and needlessly, but how is it not come out yet? How is it not come out yet? This studio should have been leaked already. We should know. You're telling me we can literally get concept art of this game. We can get a leak of Sakura, which is the PT-esque demo for the next Silent Hill. We can find out that Bloober Team is working on a Silent Hill 2 remake, and we can even get all of the details surrounding that, but we can't get the name of the studio? We cannot get the name of the studio who's making the next mainline Silent Hill game. That's impossible. That's impossible. We can't get that. We can get everything else. We can have Death Stranding 2 leak by Norman Reedus and Elle Fanning teased and all this stuff that's pointing to Death Stranding, but we can get GTA 6 leaked. Think about this. We could get GTA 6 leaked. Okay? We could get that game leaked almost in its entirety. Straight up gameplay, early concept gameplay footage out there. We can get a GTA 6 leak before we get to know the name of this Japanese development team that's working on the next mainline Silent Hill. It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. It's insane. So I see Hanzo asking, Gamatsu are reliable. No, they absolutely are reliable. Gamatsu has proven to be the most reliable source for insider Japanese gaming news. Like, it's insane. It's absolute insanity, dude. I've went insane, clearly. I've literally went insane. William Aguilar, you're saying, and thank you, man, for the 10. You're saying, yes, all three are connected via strands. Years ago, Kojima said strands are multiversal. Death Stranding is bigger than one game. Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid and Death Stranding are multiversally connected. Bloober Team has a partnership with Sony. Dude, you know what's so interesting to think about that? It's so interesting to think that, like, when Kojima left or got kicked out of Konami and had to start his new studio, it would be so interesting to think that when he was developing the concept and the story of Death Stranding, maybe he left those doors open purposely. Like, he wanted to create a scenario where he's the creator of Metal Gear, right? And he was going to make Silent Hill, and that ended, but it was his, maybe, I don't know, like, kind of sneaky way of, like, Well, technically, my strands in my first ever strand game are multiversal. So while Konami may own the IP, I am still connected. I don't know. I could see him kind of pulling off something like that. I really could see that. He seems like the type of person to try to kind of, I don't know, trying to construct it that way. Mr. Appleby says The Last of Us Part 2 director's cut leak. Please tell me you're trolling, man. Please tell me you're trolling. Please tell me you're trolling. You have to be trolling. It's just, anyway. Well, actually, I'm going to be honest. A director's cut for The Last of Us Part 2 does kind of seem like something that should happen. But anyway, getting back on topic here before I end this. Too much opium is bad for your health. So, like, look, man, I just, that's the thing. I know that no one is talking about this anymore. And I get that. Like, it's difficult to really care too much because we feel like, exactly, it feels like it's never ending. But the strangest thing to me is that, and I swear this really blew my mind. A couple of weeks, I think it was like 2 weeks ago at this point, a literal new Silent Hill game was rated. It was fucking rated, dude. Like, it's coming out. And it's assumed that this Silent Hill game called A Short Message is like a demo, the PTS demo. This thing was rated and no one cared. No one cared. And it's so strange to think that it's like, I don't know, man. It's just bizarre that there's been so much secrecy and rumor and smoke and mirrors surrounding Silent Hill. And then the first thing comes out that it's like, we are witnessing a reality, guys. I'm not kidding, where a real thing has happened in front of us. By that, I mean, this game is rated, and that rating, by the way, for people who don't know, it means it's coming out very soon. This new Silent Hill game, A Short Message, is going to be coming out very soon. People don't believe it. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. People are in this, they're literally at a point where it's like, until this game is out on my console and I'm playing it with my controller and it's on my screen, I don't believe it. And I'm like, holy shit, man. We've reached a point where, I don't know, I think some people are this, I'm joking when I say this, but I think, like, is it going to get to a point where people are going to be, I think we're going to reach a point, guys, where people are actually going to be playing this game, Silent Hill: A Short Message, and there's going to be this weird layer of denial. I don't know what form that's going to come in, but you're saying, I wonder if it's because YouTubers have overhyped all the rumors. It could be. Like, I'm not saying that it's not justified. It absolutely is justified. All right. It absolutely is justified, but it's just, it's strange, man. It makes me wonder what's going to happen when it actually does come out. Like, how are people going to react to it? Sounds like a mobile game. Apparently it was confirmed it was a console game. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, will Sony partner with Google for their cloud tech since Haven Studios, you said, is working to create a game design methodology for Sony? That's a possibility, man. Right now, I think, if anything, Google is probably looking to offload some of that tech and make some money off of it. I want to say it's kind of unlikely, but not out of the realm of possibility. We do know that Sony apparently did partner with Microsoft with their Azure cloud stuff. So I don't know. I guess maybe that's still a thing. But I'm not sure, man. At that point, it's anyone's guess, really. I think if I don't think that's something that would be hidden if that happens. I think we would get an announcement. Primal Plasma, you're saying you're the real one, You're a real one, MBG. Thanks for the long discussions about video games. Yeah, no problem, man. Dude. I'm sick right now. Like, I have to end this because I've been going on too long. I think I've actually reached a point where this is like detrimental to my health right now. I need to go eat something. I've been working out a lot lately too, so I think it's making me hungrier. So yeah, I'm gonna end the podcast here, guys. I appreciate your support though, really. I may sound a bit drained and unenthusiastic when I say this. Apologies for that. It's just the nature of a 4-hour podcast. But seriously, thank you guys so much for your support. Everybody who donated a super chat, you guys are the real ones. Those who are donating super chats, my channel members, continuing to support what I do here on a weekly basis, continuing to watch my videos. Awesome stuff. Really could not ask for anything more from you guys. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. That's episode 130 in the books. The final request I have is just please hit that like button on your way out. And if you want, come back, leave a comment with your thoughts on anything we discussed here today. Comments help as well. And just to close this out here, we'll end the poll. Let's see what it has to say here. Kojima's next PlayStation game, 60%, Death Stranding 2, 24% new IP, 14% Silent Hill, 207 votes. Well, there it is, Death Stranding 2. Let's see what happens, man. Final word before I leave. First of all, shout out to all of my channel members. I don't have it in me to read the list of names today. I apologize greatly for that. Shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps every week, usually within the first 24 hours of the podcast ending. If you see him, show him some love for doing that for the community. And final word, we'll see what happens this upcoming week. I'm hoping for some exciting things. I'm hoping for some interesting things. You guys know I will be here. I will be here to keep you in the loop. So that does it. Episode 130. Until next time, guys, take care.